from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the fire.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors to order. Weldon, would you lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Julie, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Staff has requested that the closed session item regarding property negotiations be pulled from the agenda, and that's the Hirschdale property negotiations. And also staff's request that agenda item number 28 be pulled from consent and discussed after adoption of the county budget, and that would be the last, move to the last item on the agenda.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, a correction.
Okay.
Julie, you neglected the threat of litigation as well.
Yeah, SR 2-0783, we have it on there.
Correct, and so that is being pulled from closed as well.
Okay,
Thank you, Council.
thank you for those corrections. With that, we're going to move on to general public comment, and that's where members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda and that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name, district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or the staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. In the interest of civil disclosure, it's the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. So with that, you can speak directly to the board inside the chambers. You can call 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. And with that, we're going to open public comment. And this will be general public comment.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I made a presentation and asked the board to bring to the table today discussing whether or not you would use the Auditor Controller's Office to audit the voter rolls. And I didn't notice it on the agenda, so obviously the board has decided not to bring it to the table, which, if you remember the letters, also indicated that you were going to be vindicating me, that you believe that the research that I've done on our voter rolls was true and correct, that there are thousands of people on our voter rolls that should have been removed as per state law, and federal law as well. So I wanted to thank you for your support in vindicating me and validating that my work is true and correct. With that, I don't think Mr. Diaz is going to be too happy with it, because now you've literally thrown him under the bus as I go and I pursue this matter. You know, the board really does have an oversight responsibility that they really do need to take seriously. And so before we throw Mr. Diaz under the bus, I do want to remind the board that you do have oversight responsibilities. I have generally accepted that my work is true and correct. So you really do need to think about what you as a board are going to be doing to compel Mr. Diaz to bring that elections office back into compliance with all applicable state and federal laws regarding how the voter rolls are being maintained. And with that, again, I just want to thank you for your support in vindicating my work.
Thank you.
Excellent points, Mr. Gilbert. Appreciate that. Could I bring to the attention of the Board of Supervisors here that these things are always in the way. Your desk is probably cleared off, and you can mount them up here with Velcro if you want. And that would just give the public a chance to really address some of the things that that concern the public about your behavior. As you may remember, a visitor from the past, the great story poem, I had a dream the other night. I didn't quite understand. A figure walking through the midst with flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty, And as he stood there by my bed, he took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave, in this the land of the free and the home of the brave. The freedom we secured for you, we hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom gone, your courage lost, you're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and the home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business, or even to have fun, permits to build a house on land you think you own. You pay a yearly property tax, and you seldom fight or moan. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate. Your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. Your Christian values are gone again. You read about the current news in the regulated press. You pay a tax you do not owe just to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver or of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God in shame. You've taken Satan's number as you've traded in your name. Sons of the Republic, arise and take a stand. Defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve this great republic and each God-given right, and pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke from this dream, he vanished. In the midst from whence he came, his words were true. We are not free. We have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you're asleep and wonders what remains of your rights he fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave, "Is this the land of the free and the home of the brave?" I recommend you wake up.
Thank you. Next, please. For public comment.
My name is Chris. I live in District 2. As I reviewed the agenda, I became strikingly aware that millions upon millions of dollars is in our consent agenda, which, as I am very familiar with, is a group of resolutions that by the passing of one gavel, you pass them all. By the strike of one gavel, you pass them all. By the vote that the five of you take, you pass them all. Millions upon millions of dollars. The biggest question that I've had for years, and that is, why are we throwing money at a problem? Or are we throwing money at a problem? So my biggest request in regards to this entire agenda is that the five of you seriously consider the plausibility of doing success analysis reports on every single one of these agenda items to see if there's real sound results. I'm just one person in this county. I can't audit every single one of these resolutions. But I want to encourage everyone who's going to pass with one vote all of these resolutions. I want to encourage you to really, really do your homework. Come back to us. Tell us the benefits and the successes of these programs. Give us the reassurance that we're not watching you by this single vote throw millions of dollars down the drain. We have stood before you many, many times asking you to be very, very frugal with the money. The truth of the matter is I've learned over time that the money is money that comes from the state. The money is money that comes from the federal government. You're just the medium through which it passes. I don't like that, and I wish you didn't like it either, at least sufficiently enough to put the brakes on, to slow this process down, to tell the state, to tell the federal government, you know what? We're going to find a way to fix these problems without you forcing us to take this money. We're going to work hard to come up with solutions that will be concrete, long-lasting resolutions and help to this community. I have so much more to say, but my time is up. I just hope that all of these resolutions will be something that you will take seriously, and every single subsequent resolution where millions of dollars are spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Hope everyone's well. First, I'd like to say a prayer to each and every one of you. I hope that you begin to see the light, what's really going on. We need to have our voices heard before you keep continuing to pass these resolutions. It's vital to this community that you do so. It needs to be done. Also, briefly, as far as fire safety goes, I really think that the fire agency should do a lot better job when I go driving around to the fire departments and I see that the weeds aren't being cut. There's no excuse for that. It's putting everyone's lives and everybody in this community's life at risk. And they need to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, is there anyone online?
We do have a caller waiting.
Okay, let's take that online caller right now.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good morning. Are you there?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I'm glad the first speaker brought up the word oversight because that's what I had written down as kind of my key word for today. I see so much money being spent, handed out, doled out, given away, shoved in a bag, wherever it's going. There is no oversight whatsoever. And when anyone asks for oversight and to even follow basic rules that are in writing, your own rules, there's major pushback. The pushback that I'm receiving right now is in 1 week getting 3 separate restraining orders, one from the mayor of Grass Valley, one from the contractor doing the project at Memorial Park, who I've reported multiple times to Air Quality Control, and there's a case opened on it. Air Quality Control has talked to the city multiple times, who continue to thumb their nose at air quality, water quality regulations, and basic living standards. I think if any of you lived around such a job site, you would be outraged. But you don't, so you're not. And any constituent that is attacked. Oh, the other restraining order I got was from a 23-year-old construction worker that literally pushed me in the street and I had to go to the ER. He's upset and is sick in the morning about and can't go to work because he's upset that he assaulted me. And these are people that are sanctioned by the city of Grass Valley. The police are complicit. When I was assaulted, a police was right to my right hand, 2 feet away, physically assaulted. The guy was given a ticket. Wasn't even taken to jail. You can watch the assault. People posted it online on Neal Street. So the double standard that's going on in town here, and the people that are lined up to get the money, the people that are lined up to get the favors, the developers that are being able to cut corners with air and water quality and toxic dumping and illegal burning is completely outrageous. And it ties into the whole fire aspect and the lack of action on that. And the fact that we're in a very, very critical stage here in Nevada County, and our government is acting like business as usual, which is a really sad state of affairs with our current government. I encourage everyone to get involved with their local government. There's a city council meeting tonight in Grass Valley. I encourage you guys to see what's going on around town and not just hear about it from people that agree with you and say how great everything is, like Taylor Wolf on the radio.
Matthew, thanks.
Great.
Your minutes are up, hon. Thanks. Appreciate the comments. Julie, is there anybody else online?
There's no more callers, but I do have one letter to read. If
Okay, let's read that into
read
her.
that. Put my glasses on. This is from Kim Taylor. She's a District 3 resident. She's writing about Ordinance 2477. Her comments are as follows. First, let me express my appreciation for county staff who respond promptly, honestly, and thoroughly to issues presented. My concerns are as follows. The current ordinance is meant to be forward-thinking and to address one of the top threats in Nevada County. I appreciate it goes further to require actions by property owners than the state requirements. However, the ordinance as crafted poses an inequitable burden on homeowners of parcels next to those who have been neglected. Requiring neighbors to pay for fuel removal is not an appropriate burden. Owners of parcels who do not clear are putting neighbors and the community at risk for their failure to manage. We bear the risk of that risk. We should not bear the cost of clearing too. I recently asked the county to get involved in a situation where my absentee neighbor owner failed to reduce fuel loads on his property year after year. I personally spoke to the person when he wanted to reduce his tax burden and obtained agreement from the board to shift zoning from commercial to agricultural. I expressed concern about dense manzanita fuel buildup across large parts of the property and the need to mow along boundaries. The owner assured me he would bring in a crew to clear, and he planned a fruit stand. Neither has happened. The only clearing that has occurred has been the county crews paid for by public tax dollars mowing in the highway easement. Currently, there is dense vegetation on the county right-of-way of Rough and Ready Highway. As a result of my request and offer to pay half the cost of what would represent minimal improvement, the neighbor filed a cross-complaint about a storage structure that encroached on the setback limits. My storage shed has been there for at least 30 years, and I and the other owners have been paying taxes on it the whole time. To my surprise, it was not permitted when the house was built. I am in the process of removing it. The result of my request that the neighbor clear dangerous fuel, dense manzanita, is that I am now spending tens of thousands of dollars to demolish the structure and purchase new compliant structures. I have no hope of an as-built permit. The language of your ordinance has this unintended effect. Current owners who do their part should not bear any burden because they ask irresponsible neighbors to clear fuel loads. And that's the only email, Chair.
Oh, thanks, Julie. Is there any other public comment from the chambers? If not, then we will close public comment. And now we'll move on to our consent calendar, which are items 1 through 53. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They're either renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have been previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to remove the item from consent. If an item is pulled by the board member, the concerns and question asked by the member of the public will be addressed. No further public comment regarding these items will be received. So with that, I'm going to open up the consent calendar to my colleagues. Are there any items that you'd like to have pulled?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 45.
Okay, item 45. Anyone else? Ed? Okay, so we're going to pull item 45 at this time. And with that, I'm going to open up public comment to the consent calendar.
And Chair, a reminder that item 28 has been pulled also.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
It's 28 was pulled and moved to the end of the agenda. So, no public comment on consent?
Board of Supervisors and community of Nevada County, I just want to ask why you don't follow a very good, clear protocol when you have pulled a consent calendar item. What's your reason? You don't explain what your reason is. Just the same way the transparency is deficient when these contractors that you hire for millions of dollars don't appear to answer questions. We don't see any reports, evaluation, or clarity. So I'd like you to pull, again, I've said this before, all of these consent calendar items and postpone it until you can get people here who give reports regarding these items. It's interesting that you've already started a lot of these contracts through purchase orders. Do you know what a purchase order is? And the people who sign those purchase orders, they should also be here. Do you know what a purchase order is? That's a contract that's being made behind the scenes without any public comment, where our community doesn't have a chance to understand that the county is making deals with nonprofits and nonprofits that have a different objective than the citizens in this community. That's why public comment is so essential. So, Dan Miller, with your smirk on your face, you know, you guys are paying close to $700,000, $800,000 for legal fees for an EIR? What's that about? It's not funny. You guys can keep laughing. That's fine. So, you're moving anyway. You shouldn't really vote at all.
Okay, Calvin,
Again,
let's stick to consent. What,
you know,
what other items
you
did
don't
you
have
want?
an interest in staying in the county, and you're going to take your money
Mr.
and move
Clark,
to a different
let's just
location.
move on with what items on consent are you interested in pulling?
Allison, did you actually help build this?
Mr. Clark,
I mean, there
please.
should be answers given, you know,
Mr. Clark.
by your staff here. So $2.7 million for Victor Community Support Services for wraparound therapeutic behavior services. Not to mention, there's all these other things on this agenda. That's item number 16. Do you guys have a psychiatric prison that's a county prison? Because you've spent millions upon millions of dollars. Here's one for 1 year for $476 just for maintenance of a software program. You're paying over almost $500,000 for a software program. Here's an out of area, that was 10. Item 11 should be pulled. Here you have a company out of Red Bluff for 1 year for $600,000 for 5150 placement. Why aren't they here to report and give us an update?
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Your time's up. Thank you.
So consider, you know,
Okay,
going according
thank you.
to a
Thank you.
reasonable,
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
transparent zone.
Thank you.
Hello.
Julie, is there anybody online for consent calendar?
Yes, I do have someone online, and then I have some letters too.
Okay, let's start with online, and then we'll go to the letters.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Poulter, consent calendar. I asked Julie just to throw a dart and pull one thing because it really doesn't matter. It's kind of like a black hole, just everything gets dumped in there. And without any oversight, you guys don't even know if it's a good hole to be dumping it in. Will it ever fill up? Is it?
Which one do you
where
want,
does that hole lead
Matthew?
to?
Which one do you want pulled?
Well, you know, just for an example, you know, in the past, you guys approved a very small amount, $32,000 for pumping the toilets at Purdon Crossing from a company out of Richmond. I'm wondering how that drive is going and the gas expense is going to drive from Richmond to pump some porta potties. So on, all these things, there should be some kind of a cap at $500,000 or $1 million spent, that there should be somebody there to answer. It's like, where is this money going? Is it being used? Can it possibly be used better? I know that's your guys' job, but I just don't see any questions ever being asked about hardly anything unless it personally somehow benefits you and maybe a small club constituent. So I'm just very concerned about the oversight on this.
Okay.
Like I am every week when you just rubber stamp so many things for so many millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, Julie, you had some written comments?
We received a total of 10 e-comments in support of the Truckee Trails Foundation.
Okay.
And that's item number 58 and item number 64 on the consent calendar.
Okay, and that's all? Okay, great. I'm going to come back to the chamber. Is there any other comments for consent calendar? Julie's not.
Thank you for your patience. Starting with resolution number 8. Moving to number 16, 17, and 18. These are the ones that I am most concerned about in regards to the fact that we are talking about millions of dollars being spent on things that when you read the short, brief description, they're all relative to the same basic subject, except one. One is triage calling. But we're talking about millions of dollars. And by the way, the triage subject comes up at least 3 times in these various resolutions because you're contracting out to various services the ability to take in, quote unquote, emergency health-related phone calls. But the rest of the ones that I pointed out to you are relevant to mental health subjects, and they're being spread over multiple organizations. Please help us in any way you can. Help us to understand why multiple organizations are all being granted millions of dollars, 2.2 million, 4.6 million. And the numbers continue to go on and on. Give us some feedback when and how you can, which is a good segue for a request that we sent from us to you in regards to providing an opportunity for this community to sit down with you guys. I'm in my work clothes right now because I've got to rush away from here as soon as this portion of this meeting is done so I can earn a living. But the request I sent to the chairman of the board, I hope she seriously considered it and puts it on the agenda, that you give the community a time some evening where all 5 of you can sit down in front of us and have a town hall, where the limitations of you being there and us being here are gone, where when we ask a question, you can actually answer the question, because there's so much of us, our thought process that is not being responded to. We're at a loss, and it's making me personally very, very challenged, and I have to say a bit angry, and I don't like to be angry. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
All right, so just going over this large list of items, some 53 items to go through. But items number 34 and 35 did catch my eye. Looks like you want to enter into 2 contracts totaling some $170,000 to provide on-call professional building inspection and plan review services. I really have to question this is why you need to have 2 different contracts, 2 different organizations, when $170,000, you could easily be providing more resources to the building and planning department to hire employees rather than having to go outside with these expensive contracts. I mean, $170,000, based on what I can see, that's easily 2 full-time employees that the board could direct the county to hire to work in that department to alleviate the need for using these outside services. So I would like to see items 34 and 35 pulled.
Okay, any other public comment on consent? With that, I'm going to close public comment on consent, and I'm going to come back to my board. Are there any questions or any of these items that you'd like to have clarification on?
Madam Chair, I'd be willing to pull 34 and 35.
Okay, 34 and 35.
34.
Okay, we'll just pull item 34. Heidi, do you have anything? Dan, do you have anything?
Nothing else.
Okay, so we're going to pull item 34 and item 45. And then, let's see, just for some clarification on items. So item 8 actually comes out of a substance abuse block grant and some 2011 realignment funds. And there's no general fund used out of this. And this purpose is education for treatment services for persons affected by substance use disorders. And I'm not sure how we would go without having some of these programs here. And I just want to point out, over the last couple of meetings, we've actually had some presentations by staff on how these programs are working and how the funding works and how it's been going on. So we do try to make that transparent for you. There is a lot of time that goes into this agenda. We get these packets on Thursday and spend most of the next 5 days going over these items and have the ability to reach out and talk to the staff and department heads on how this funding works and where it goes. It is very complicated, I would give you that. I can guarantee you that there is oversight on every single part of these. Any money that comes out of the county, state, or federal, I can tell you there is oversight. Nobody just gets to have money, and that's the interesting part of it, because some of the funding comes specifically to areas that has to be spent specifically in areas. We don't get to just manage where it goes. And if you look through the agenda, you will see there's many of these programs where they're mandated. We have to provide them. So I understand that it's confusing, and I just want you to know that we spend a great deal of time going through these agenda books. I mean, and I know it seems like a lot. This is the time of year when all these contracts come due. This is not normal. It's a yearly type of thing where we come in June where the contracts get renewed. These programs have been in place. They are working. And I wish you could have been here last week when Phoebe Bell was here and talked about the progress that we're making in a lot of these areas with behavioral health. We do not have a county mental hospital. That is not what we have. There's not even a hospital that's available through the state. So we are working with this. Housing, we know, is a challenge. That's one of the things that we have to work on. And some of these funds are what really helps bring people back into our community and become viable parts of our community and deal with the issues that they're having. So Want to commend staff. There's a lot of work that goes into putting these together, and there's a lot of good work being done in Nevada County for our folks with behavioral health, mental health, and homeless issues. So with that, I would entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda except for item 34 and item 45. And item 28, which will be at the end. Item 28 will go at the end of the agenda this afternoon.
So moved.
Been moved, is there a second? Been moved and seconded, Julie, to approve the consent calendar minus 34, 45, and 28.
Thank you, Chair. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, with that, we'll go to item 34, and thank you, Mr. Griesbach. If you would like to, let me get to 34 here in this big old pile. So 34 was a resolution approving a contract amendment, one with Interwest Consulting Group Incorporated. So would you like to talk about how that and why we do that?
Yeah, good morning, Chair Hook and members of the board. For the record, Craig Griesbach, Director of Building for Nevada County. We have multiple contracts with various consultants for on-call building inspection and plan review services. I think in particular Interwest, we've had a contract with them for about 7 years now, I believe. So we're constantly looking at capacity related to the ebbs and flows of development over the years, as well as staffing needs. As we've needed to be nimble, whether these development trends and permitting workloads have increased, decreased, we've needed help on occasion. Also, during the pandemic, I have a building inspector out right now that got injured and going to be out of the office for 3 months. We're able to contract for these services quickly and provide timely service. If it wasn't for these contracts, you would not have same-day inspections. You would not have plan reviews at a week or two. They would be more like 30 days, and the inspections would be out a week. So this allows us to be nimble, provide excellent customer service moving forward, to have these relationships. And a big reason why we have multiple contracts that are on call, it allows the customer to choose as well from their service if they have experience working with these companies or a specific company that they'd like to work with and others. So again, it helps us be nimble, provide excellent customer service regardless of the circumstance, and allows the customer to have some choice with their development.
So one other question with that would be too, that's like the cap. They work at an hourly rate, and that's the maximum. So we put a contract in place, and then they work towards that. And if they happen to meet the end of the contract, they would have to come back and we'd have to amend that dollar amount, correct?
Chair Hook, that is correct. There's been years where we've used 5% of these contracts, and there's years we've used 100% of the contracts.
Perfect, thank you. Does anybody else have a question? Ed?
No question. Thank you, Craig. I think so. Obviously, this is for the good of the public, so thank you for your explanation.
Hardy? Heidi? Dan? Okay, thank you so much, Craig. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'll move for approval, item 34.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve item 34. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. With that, we are going to go to item 45, which was a resolution approving an execution of amendment number 2 to the professional services contract with Robert D. Nyhouse pertaining to the independent economic impact analysis. So with that, thank you for being here, Georgette.
Good morning, Chair Hook, members of the board. I'm Georgia Erno, Senior Management Analyst in the CEO's office, and overseeing the contract with, we call them RDN, but Robert D. Nyhouse. And so this contract was initiated, I think, back in December. We are about 80% complete on the project. And I'm not really sure, Mr. Miller, your questions regarding to the item, if there's something I could respond to.
Yeah, my question or my concern is we received a letter from
from Christopher Powell, who is representing Rise Gold, and he raised some concerns as far as the contract. Now, my understanding was that the economic study was going to be independent of the EIR, but it would use information obtained from the EIR. We have the draft EIR that's been released. I believe we're still in the comment period, which is taking an unusually long period of time, probably because of the technical aspect of the project itself. If the EIR, draft EIR has been released, is there information in the comment coming in that is relevant to the economic study? And the other thing is, why are we extending that for another year? It seems like we're just dealing with a moving goalpost here.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the clarification on your issues. So originally, the intent was to bring the economic analysis in alignment with the timing of the final EIR. As you mentioned, it's been extended out. The economic analysis is an independent analysis. It does rely on some of the information in the draft EIR. And so part of that, making sure that it remains in alignment in the areas where it does use that information with the final, which was the original intent, as I said, bringing those items together. Since it's been extended out and the timing for the final EIR is somewhat unknown at this point in time, we thought it prudent to give us flexibility on the timing. So it could be, sooner than a year in terms of when the contract is completed after the final EIR is heard. We don't intend, however, to hold the content of the report until that time. We are currently planning on doing a public meeting to discuss the findings of the report, likely late summer, fall, timing-wise. So that would be independent of when the EIR is released.
On the draft EIR, has the comment period closed? Tricia?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And so when do we project that the EIR
Let Tricia come up here then.
will be released?
Tricia will have to answer that question.
I know.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Miller. For the audience, Tricia Tillotson, CDA Director. So as Georgette mentioned, our original thought was to bring the economic study at the same time as the EIR. Due to the number of comments we received, it's going to take longer than we anticipated, and hence the need to extend this contract to. Currently, we're looking at late fall, potentially for bringing the EIR back.
So has RDN has RDN had access to all the comments from the draft EIR?
No, sir. To my knowledge, the analysis has been independent of the comment review, which is currently in-house with the county.
But that's not what I thought was going to happen.
I might add to that. So the comments are still being consolidated. That's still taking quite a bit of time. I mean, we received thousands of comments. So that will be available for the economic study if it's applicable, those comments that are applicable. But we have not finished consolidating those comments yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But on that point, so what this extending the contract term allows for is any final sort of alignment with changes, if there are any, to the final EIR based on the comments.
So with this ongoing process, has Rise Gold been kept in the loop as far as what's going on, or are things going on that they haven't been aware of? And the county, I guess I'm looking, is the county doing everything according to law? And we're not stepping outside or making any further allowances?
Yeah, thank you Supervisor Miller. So we are following the law for CEQA, of course. This contract, because we haven't issued the draft economic study, it hasn't been shared with anybody at this point, and it would be shared with Rise Mine as it would be with the public. Right now, they have been interviewed by our consultant, just as several different folks throughout the community have been interviewed, and their comments are being considered by our consultant.
Okay. All right.
At all?
Yeah.
Anybody else has any questions? About moving, because this item is actually about extending the contract.
Right.
For those services. Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. I'm grateful that you are doing that. It's absolutely critical that we have an independent economic study, and that's absolutely critical that they have access to every economic piece of information that's out there and stay up to date on what's happening with the EIR. So I'm perfectly happy with this. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Braden Chadwick. I'm outside counsel for Rise Resources. I appreciate the information that we got today. Thank you for that. So some of this has been, the county has commissioned this independent study, which Rise supports and has supported. The support that Rise gave it was basically that yes, it's a needed thing. And Supervisor Hall, I agree with you that these things need to be all brought forward and analyzed. And I think that the only concern Rise had initially was that it would delay the process of the EIR process, but it should be independent, and I think that's the way the county is treating it. And so I think that the three things that I had to say today, I think were first was it appeared that the economic study was complete, which I was informed by county council and the comments today that it's not quite complete, but that's what it seemed like to us. And so one of the reasons for the letter was what's the status? And I think part of it was because we're extending the time and not necessarily the budget. And so it appeared that everything was done already. And so I think that the three concerns I had was that one, that CEQA is abundantly clear that it should have nothing to do with economic factors, right? And the more the county enmeshes economic factors with the environmental factors, it becomes problematic from a legal perspective. And so I think having them going on different tracks, even though they inform each other, I think it's important that we make sure we don't intertwine them to the point where we have legal issues. And CEQA forbids the imposition of both procedural and substantive requirements beyond those required by the CEQA statute or the CEQA guidelines. And so we want to make sure that we're not, again, enmeshing the CEQA process with the economic analysis process too much. The more delay and additional process that's associated with the economic study, the more it looks like the county is kind of creating a new permitting process that applies only to Rise, which creates equal protection problems, but also creates delay, both of which are concerns, I think, to Rise. So I appreciate the county clarifying a lot of these issues today. Finally, the public and Rise have both been anxiously awaiting, I think, the results of the economic analysis that the county has commissioned. Obviously, we haven't seen those or had any word as to where they were going, and I appreciate the discussion today for that reason. But I also point out that the more that the economic analysis is delayed, because it was supposed to be finished and released to the public 2 months ago, and so the more it's delayed, I think, the more the county opens itself up to criticism, and maybe even the report is opened up to criticism, because on the one hand, you'll have the project opponents who say, well, look, the county's hiding things, and so obviously they're biased in favor of Rise because they're withholding information from the public. And on the other hand, you'll have those who support the mine saying, well, look, they're biased in favor of the opposition because the county is hiding things and they haven't released this economic report. And so I think that at the end of the day, what we like to say is this, is that I don't believe the county's biased one way or the other, but I do think that the public is best served by the hopefully timely, and I would hope would be, I was going to say immediately, but hopefully as soon as it's completed, that the county releases that to the public for its review. And I appreciate your time here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So that answered everyone's question? Answered your question?
There's no more public
No more
comment.
questions? Huh? So with that, okay, I would entertain a motion to move forward with item 45.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, so an item 28 was also pulled, and that will be at the end of the agenda today. And item 28 was, I'll tell you what that is real quick. Oh, I pulled it out of here. I guess I won't tell you what it is. Oh, yeah, 28 is a resolution approving the American Rescue Plan funds in the amount of $450,000 for the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund Grant Program. So that will be heard at the end of the agenda. Okay. Well, with that, I have some community presentation that I'm looking forward today. So our county's vision, mission, and value statements express our dedication to outstanding public service with the mission to work with the community, develop sound and innovative public policy. We provide strong leadership and deliver excellent services in a physically responsible manner. The Nevada County Youth Leadership Award recognizes local youth who embody these values. Oh, where are we on a timed item?
Yes,
Oh, we
Chair
are.
Hook,
We
it's
got a few
at
minutes. Well, I'm going
10
to finish
o'clock.
reading this part.
Good.
So what we do is, they do providing outstanding service to the community through strong leadership. And today our awardees are going to receive a challenge coring and a certificate and some public recognition by all of us supervisors. And we're looking forward to this. It's always fun to have this kind of a presentation that comes forward. And we have 3 young adults that are going to participate today. So we'll give it, we have 7 minutes, and then we'll start with our timed item. So if you guys need a little break, this is the time. Here we are at 10 o'clock. So again, this is about our Nevada County Youth Leadership Award. And today I'm just pleased. My first one I'm going to recognize today is Sean Chilton. And he is, well, we're going to call him a rising sophomore at Nevada Union High School and has become a model leader of our community. And this past year, as a freshman, Sean placed first at the Sierra Buttes FFA sectional speaking contest, competing in the FFA Creed. So, and that's a creed, and if you look it up, it's written by E.F. Tiffany, right?
Tiffany.
And it's a pretty amazing, it's many paragraphs long, and it talks about the struggles of agriculture. And Future Farmers of America is been, well, it's close to my heart. I've been through the whole program. And so when you start as a freshman, you get to be a green hand. And at that portion, the green hand there's this green hand contest that'll go in here, and the creed contest is part of that. And so anyway, this past year as a freshman, he placed first at Sierra Buttes FFA sectional speaking contest. And after that, he went on and was first place at our Superior Region finals, and that qualified him for state finals. And then out of roughly 500 freshmen participating in the California FFA Creed competition, Sean took first place in the entire state. So that is so exciting. And so in addition to that, in his success in speaking, he was recently elected the Sentinel of Nevada Union FFA, congratulations, and ran for Nevada Joint Union High School District Student Board Trustee. So I tell you, the Board of Supervisors, I just commend you, Sean. I see you being a leader in our future. And I see your goals for FFA and the Future Farmers of America. They're at your fingertips to reach forward and keep going. Leadership is a huge part of that. And the public speaking is something that will last you a lifetime. So I just wish you so much success in this journey, because I did this and I love it. So I'm so excited to have you do this. And I think that was a highlight when you came in and we visited about agriculture. You know, that was really fun that day, because it brings back so much the work that goes in. Being an agriculturist is not an easy job. And I would like to point out, the other thing that's interesting is because when you have an ag background, it opens more doors than you could even imagine. Like, you can be a biologist, but if you're an ag biologist, it opens an extra door. So follow your dream, stay in agriculture, and we wish you just so much good stuff.
Thank you.
So I think what I'd like to do is, let's do the presentations individually real quick and do a picture. Is that okay with everyone? Or do you want, yeah, so, okay, so Sean, I want you to, what do you think? And tell me about your experience. I think my favorite one was the picture when they called your name across that big stage down at, in Sacramento at the event center.
So we competed on a Thursday, and then that was 2 days before the actual start of the state conference. And then they didn't announce the placings until Sunday. So for like 3 days, I had to just kind of live life knowing I was top 6 in the state, but not knowing where my exact placing was. So it was like kind of nerve-wracking, just like walking around wondering what I was placing. And then when they called us on stage, they called up to like second place, and then I realized I got first, and it was like just an awesome experience knowing that I get to represent not only our county but our whole state in Indianapolis, Indiana in October.
Nice, isn't that exciting? Yeah, and you do believe in the future of farming.
Yes, ma'am.
That's so cool. Did any of my colleagues want to say anything?
No, I know public speaking is intimidating, and especially in a competition where you know you can't make a mistake and everything's got to be right there. And I congratulate you. 500 students, and you came in first in the state of California, and I know you're going to do good in Indianapolis, so
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything? Ed?
Yes, Sean, congratulations. You know, I've had the pleasure of judging some of the contests, the FFA contest, and it's pretty amazing, even at the local level, the quality of young women and men that come out of that program.
Mm-hmm.
So I recall one time being at a hearing down in Sacramento, and a young man got up and spoke on an issue. I can't remember the issue, but it was agriculture related. And I listened to the quality of that man's presentation to the board that was up there, and I thought, I'll bet you that person has had an FFA background. I did a little bit of research, came right out of the Valley and the FFA program. So
That's
expect
pretty much,
a lot of you, especially going to.
Yeah. That's what the FFA is about, is preparing future leaders inside of agriculture and even outside of agriculture to represent what we are inside of agriculture.
And you do well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to extend my congratulations too. And I ditto those comments about public speaking. That's a skill that will help you throughout your life. It will help you advocate for the things you care about, agriculture and beyond. And I know it takes research so that you know what you're talking about. And you're going to be, I think what's very exciting too, you're going to be representing a large state with a very complicated, broad industry
Yeah.
of agriculture. So that's just going to be amazing, all the things you're going to be learning, and the way you're going to get to represent the entire state is very exciting. So congratulations, that is a big win for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sean. Job well done. And, we don't have a lot of agriculture in my part of the county, but it's great to learn more about everything happening in Western County and see people like yourself leading the way and leading the charge, and the next generation. There's so many things you could find yourself to occupy your time, and it's such a noble effort to kind of continue forward with what you've grown up doing. And I would just, the student board trustee, I think we had another person we honored here that was from that same board, so it's an awesome opportunity to show leadership to your other high school students and all your peers and show them what right looks like. And I would encourage you also to come back to Nevada County and find a way to make this your home and continue to lead and serve here in this county, because you obviously are great at it, and I wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you.
Well, with that, we'd like to present you with this. So if you would come up and bring your mom too for the picture. Thank you, Dina. You've done an amazing job with this young man. Anything. If we're in Indianapolis, you bet. So next, I'm going to introduce to you Sydney and Nathan Dupont. Welcome. There is. So I know you've been through this a little bit before, right? So I appreciate that part, but it just goes without being said, so many people kind of sit back and don't take that extra step to move forward when you see something happening that you know you should do, right? And here you both, you're 15 and Sydney, you're 12. And you know that day when you looked out that kitchen and you noticed somebody swimming and having a problem, you know, you thought it was a little weird because it was March, right? It was cold out there. And you ran up, you got your sister, they heard the woman, they jumped into action. You know, jumping into action and moving forward that's a huge thing, especially if your age, to know that quickly. I commend your parents for, they probably have instilled this with you over time, right? But you know, the fact that you jumped into action. Sydney grabbed her paddleboard and used her hands to paddle out to the lady. And Nathan, you were on the shore. You called 911 and got help. You reached this woman in several attempts to get her dog onto the paddleboard. And the woman was suffering from hypothermia. I mean, we're talking March. It was cold, right? And she was sinking in the water. And, you know, Sydney was able to finally get the three of them back onto shore with another person that came and helped with the kayak, right? And you got her there, you wrapped her in blankets, and you waited for the paramedics. That's huge. That's huge. And I just commend you for having that quick thinking on your feet and not walking away from that window. It's just so commendable. And during this whole event, your parents were out running errands, and you stayed calm and did this all by yourselves. I would hope that I've instilled that in my children. You know, I feel like sometimes I'm one of those people, I handle it good, and then after it, I have a meltdown. So hopefully, you'll just keep on doing good things all through your life like this. It's just amazing. So you truly deserve the Nevada County Youth Leadership for your courage and quick thinking, rapid action. I mean, you saved some lives. And I just can't express our gratitude enough. So you want to tell us a little bit about your experience, or are you just kind of over it?
It's one of those things where you don't go in having a plan. It's just one of those things that you know you have to do at the bottom of your heart. But I don't think I could have done this without my sister, who I love. And we do everything together. We're a power couple, and I
love that. I love that.
I love her, and I think without her, I don't know if I would be standing here today.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. You know, brother and sister teams they're invaluable. It's a very special bond when you have a power team of a brother and sister. Well, Heidi, would you like to make a comment?
Sydney, did you want to say something too? You were the one out there on the paddleboard.
I'm just happy. You gotta move the mic closer to you.
On? I'm just happy I could save her, and she's okay now.
Very nice. I just also want to thank you for your compassion and bravery. That was very brave, and leadership. That's leadership, when you just get on your paddleboard and get out there, and one of you stays back to make the phone call. You know, we're all in this together in this world. There's a lot of division in society right now, but when we can care for each other and watch out for each other and take that leap and be brave to help someone who's in danger, then that says a lot about your integrity as a human being. All right? Thank you, you guys.
Dan?
Okay. Heroes are typically people who just don't think about themselves, but think about others. And I just look at you two and a power couple. You're power heroes. And I've got to compliment you and admire you for what you did. And I can see the bond between you two. I know you're helping Sydney with the mic and everything. But what you did is certainly commendable. And I guess people always think, what would I do in the same situation? Well, you don't really think, you just react. And your reactions and your response truly made you a brother and sister hero couple right now. And I thank you for what you did.
Ed?
Well, yes, thank you for sure. You know, I like to wonder myself, under similar circumstances, if I would have the presence of mind that the two of you had, and how you react. I mean, just a panic can be a regular reaction too, and yet you guys had the presence of mind to say, hey, somebody's going to have to help that person out there. Somebody needs to stay and to keep this coordinated and be sure we've got help coming too. You guys did it. You saved a life. That's wonderful. That's really wonderful. And it's greatly appreciated by all of us.
Hardy?
Congratulations, yeah, great, you guys are awesome. It's inspirational to see your relationship as well. It's pretty amazing, not, kind of a little bit unique, I think, with some siblings. But it's great, and you guys had the kind of peace of mind to stop and think it through a little bit, which is critical. Probably not the last time that you're gonna find yourself in a situation where you can help somebody else if you think clearly. And, you know, I'd encourage you to build on that passion. There's a lot of careers out there that really are rewarding for people with your presence of mind and compassion and helpful nature, and you can do great things with just that character trait alone. So thank you so much, and it's great to honor you guys here today.
That's fantastic. Well, with that, we'd like to present you with some tokens of our appreciation. And again, you know, leading by example is huge. So continue to do those great efforts all in your life. You guys are going to do amazing. That's always such a good feel-good thing, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day and a great summer out on that lake swimming and just enjoy yourself. Fantastic. Okay, so with that, we're going to move into, let's see. We ready to move into our department head matters? So with that, we're going to move into item 56. And I see Ariel is here. Ariel? Love it. So thank you for being here. Wait, I think I'm on the, hold on a minute.
56.
So this is, no, 28 is going to be at the end.
Yeah.
No, this is it. This looks
No,
good.
this is it. Tricia, are you going to come up? Okay. This is item 56, and it's going to be a resolution approving the grant award agreement with Bear River Land Trust for Trail Keeper Program. Tricia, I'll open it up to you, and then and then we'll go to Ariel. Love it. Thank you, both of you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hook. So we had a presentation associated with item 56 through 64. So I was going to ask Ariel to provide that presentation, and we're both here to answer any questions.
Fantastic.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hook and supervisors. Oops. My name is Ariel Levitt, and I serve as project administrator in the CEO's office, and I'm grateful to be here today to provide information about the Nevada County Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund grant awards for your approval. Before we dive into the grants, just a quick background, as we've committed to always bring back the American Rescue Plan Act budget information for your review at every agenda approval item. So these are funded by Nevada County's ARPA allocation, and these grants are in alignment with the expenditure requirements to respond to the public health emergency and address its negative economic impacts. And just as a reminder for everyone, information and board actions taken on ARPA funding are available on Nevada County's website at the site listed on the slide, or just going to My Nevada County and searching. Specifically, we are following board direction from April 2021, including specifically to provide support to the community to encourage economic recovery and resiliency, to focus on outcomes. That is really important to, we know, you and us as we're administering these funds, including alignment when possible with board priorities. These grants specifically align with the board priorities of recreation, economic development, and also emergency preparedness. We also are following direction to leverage this one-time funding to provide long-term benefits to the county. As a reminder, the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund was identified by the board in April 2021 as part of the Community and Economic Resiliency budget. The board initially allocated $800,000 to $1 million to this focus. This was further refined in the board workshops in January of this year, and recommending $450,000 in ARPA funding and $400,000 in economic infrastructure assignment dollars to the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund. Today, we're addressing the ARPA-funded expenditures, which you can see on the slide in red. So the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund was established to fund programs or projects that respond to the negative economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and promote health and safety at highly impacted outdoor recreation destinations. Nevada County recognizes the connection between the economic resilience of our community, the health of ecosystems, tourism, and outdoor recreation. We experienced a significant increase in visitation to outdoor recreation destinations during the pandemic countywide. And without appropriate infrastructure, this increased visitation creates environmental and safety issues at lakes, river crossings, trailheads, and other outdoor recreation destinations. Specifically, this project will address unmet needs at outdoor recreation sites to promote community health and safety, economic development, and resilience, and furthers the American Rescue Plan Act priority of 2.22, strong, healthy communities, neighborhood features that promote health and safety. So getting into how we did this, informed by community partners, specifically the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort and the Convene, Champion, and Catalyze Collaborative in Eastern Nevada County, staff and our ad hoc advisors, Chair Hook and Supervisor Bullock, implemented two different strategies to meet community need. First, we are addressing current emergent needs for the 2022 summer recreation season by enhancing existing programs that mitigate health and safety risks of increased visitation. And second, we are supporting sustainable change through a new competitive grant program focused on infrastructure improvements. So for the first program, a smaller investment to address emergent needs this summer, 2022, there are 3 recommended grants. All 3 fund existing trail ambassador programs that address significant health and safety issues associated with this increased visitation. We're first recommending a grant to Bear Yuba Land Trust for $11,500 to fund the Trail Keeper program at popular BYLT hiking trails. And they educate about wildfire prevention, leave no trace principles, and to answer questions about plants and animals. Trails served include the Allen Tyson Trail, Hirschman Trail, Cascade Canal Trail, Independence Trail, and the Deer Creek Tribute Trail. The second grant recommended is to Circle, or the South Yuba River Citizens League, for $16,705 to fund their River Ambassador program, which serves as a critical means to communicate river safety and etiquette. As more people flock to the Yuba for recreation, the community faces serious concerns, including increased fire danger, trash, human waste, and broken glass. Areas served include Purdon and Edwards Crossing, Highway 49 and Bridgeport. And this year, they will also explore potential for outreach expansion to the Dog Bar Bridge area on the Bear River, as well as a feasibility of installment of restroom facilities. Feasibility study. And then third grant is for Truckee Trails Foundation for $25,400 for the trail host ambassadors who collaborate with Visit Tahoe Truckee, with the town of Truckee, and Truckee Fire Prevention District to address the significant health and safety issues associated with increased visitation, including abandoned illegal fire rings, excessive trash, human waste, and lost hikers, several they identified in the past season. Truckee Trails Foundation will also manage 2 temporary restroom facilities located near Donner Summit. And I wanted to mention that Placer County also partners with us on these facilities, and they've committed to support half the cost of the restrooms. So these 3 programs combined address issues of increased visitation countywide, and that's why I kind of listed the sites. I think it really paints a picture that this summer we'll be seeing these trail keepers, trail ambassadors, river ambassadors across our county working together. And then also they'll be sharing best practices to support sustainability of these programs ongoing. So moving into our new grant program, which is really exciting to be implementing this, while still focused on addressing health and safety issues, the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund competitive grants really focused on those projects that provide enduring benefit to the community. The request for proposals, or RFP, sought proposals that promote public safety and health and equitable access to recreation opportunities, promote economic development through sustainable recreation, and also protect and preserve our natural resources. The RFP encouraged collaborative, highly leveraged projects that could be shovel-ready in 2022 or 2023. And you can see on the slide, up to $850,000 was made available as we identified early on in this presentation, and eligible entities included nonprofits, businesses, special purpose districts, as well as pending funding availability, state and federal entities. The RFP was launched in early spring with final proposals due on May 4th, 2022. So for this program, we implemented a 2-step process, really with the goal of making the application process less difficult for applicants and more focused. We really recognize the resources that our community puts into these grant opportunities and wanted to recognize that effort in our nonprofits and be able to provide a streamlined and focused process. So a 2-page concept proposal provided a low barrier first step for organizations to present their projects. These applications were reviewed, and projects that scored well as being aligned with the purpose of the RFP and ARPA requirements were invited to submit a full application. The full project applications included and were evaluated on several components, including a narrative that addressed how projects responded to the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, how these projects will provide ongoing community benefit, as well as how the projects leveraged other resources. And then we also evaluated management capacity, budget, and financials. The evaluation panel was comprised of 3 staff members and 2 volunteer community members who evaluated all concept proposals and all final proposals in alignment with the Nevada County's procurement guidelines and the request for proposals. The Board of Supervisors Recreation Ad Hoc members, Chair Hook and Supervisor Bullock, were advisory to the process but did not score applications. We received 19 concept proposals from 10 different entities, totaling approximately $1.3 million in requested funding. And I wanted to note that we did welcome entities to submit more than 1 project proposal per organization. The panel invited 13 projects from 9 different entities to submit full proposals. And those totaled about $800,000 in invited proposals. We ultimately received 6 quality full proposals from 5 different organizations, totaling $361,965, and all 6 are recommended for full funding. And here are the recommended awards for our first round of Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund grants. Bear Yuba Land Trust will improve the trailhead parking area for Adam Ryan Preserve, a high-use public trail that receives regular visitation and where current parking is limited and creates safety concerns. The Bicyclists of Nevada County, or BONC, We'll be improving the Harmony Ridge Trail system with popular mountain biking trails like Hoot Trail and Parliament, with signage that promotes safety and improves visitor experience, as well as purchasing some tools to support ongoing maintenance of these popular trails. Nevada Irrigation District, or NID, will create a new well-designed parking location approximately half-mile up from Gate 2 entrance at Scotts Flat and at the end of the Scotts Drop Trail, which is another very popular mountain biking destination, to help alleviate the year-round congestion and parking hazards in this area. Circle will install a double vault toilet at the Golden Courts Day Picnic area in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. This destination, which is outside of the little town of Washington, has been designated a priority site due to very high visitation in an ecologically sensitive area. Replacing the single restroom with the new double vault will prevent leakage, increase capacity, and also make services wheelchair accessible. Circle will also create a mile marker system for trails in the South Yuba River Wild and Scenic Corridor, really with 3 intents. One is to aid in wayfinding for visitors, also provides location markers for emergency rescue efforts, and also informs trail users what properties they are entering and exiting. And finally, it also promotes the wild and scenic destination for these 39 miles of the South Yuba River. And then the final recommendation is to Truckee Trails Foundation, who will install 2 permanent vault toilets at 2 locations in the Truckee area that have been significantly impacted by COVID-19 recreational access. And these are the Johnson Canyon, and the second is at the Overland Emigrant Trail trailhead at Hobart Mills Road. These facilities address critical concerns around human waste at these popular destinations. I also just wanted to note that these proposed awards reflect a leveraged amount of $429,661. So that's over a 1-to-1 match coming from these entities and their partners. So, really meeting that intent of leveraging this funding with measurable outcomes to provide enduring benefits to our community. So our recommended action, we respectfully recommend adopting these 9 resolutions authorizing these grant agreements, which total $415,470. The grant award recipient agreements were developed on a case-by-case basis and reviewed with the auditor controller to ensure grantees are in good standing with the county. Following board approval, our grant award recipients will begin implementation. And we look forward to a second round of Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund grants with an anticipated RFP released in fall 2022, so we can work toward our next recreation season in 2023. Yeah, and in closing, I just really want to thank all the community partners for their collaboration and efforts to address these needs. I think we've all experienced in the last few years the both challenge and opportunities faced by our community with respect to outdoor visitation, and really the thoughtful quality proposals that were submitted. And then also to thank Bear Yuba Land Trust, Bonk, NID, Circle, and Truckee Trails for sharing the photos of beautiful Nevada County that were used throughout this presentation. Thank you for your guidance and consideration.
Thank you. That great presentation. Yeah, great pictures. It just realizes how special and unique area we live in. It's amazing. And we do know recreation is not going to go away. It's going to get bigger because people have discovered the beauty that we have here. So this is really exciting. So I'm going to open this up for discussion from my board. Anybody have anything they'd like to say? Let's start with you, Ed.
Well, I really don't have any questions. It's really a great program, and I'm very, very pleased to see down in District 2 in Alta Sierra and the Adam Ryan project. I've experienced the parking there, and this is a great one. And the other one that I'm really pleased to hear, and we're doing anything specifically down on the Bear River, but I note that it's one of those items that we'll be looking at, probably especially as we redo the bridge down there. But I think this is really great in that it's not just the Yuba River. We know that. We know that. There's so much that goes on in this county. I think you've done a great job with it. And I think the organizations in their RFPs, their presentations, have done an excellent job too. So thank you, Ariel.
Thanks, Ed. Hardy?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, great presentation. Pictures are great. This process, I was really proud of it. Just a lot of work went into creating a process that was nimble enough to get the money, transferred onto the street and get it into the hands of the people doing the work. So I commend staff for putting together all of that, and there's a lot of complexity. And Sue and I got the great, it was a great opportunity for us to listen in and see all the presentations were made, and there were a lot of them, and then they kind of got sorted out and put down to a bunch of final projects that I think they're going to be great. I can't wait. It's also a really exciting time for Nevada County because, as we try and kind of those two buckets, the now and then the future, but trying to mitigate the impact we have now and then plan for the future, but we're also simultaneously kind of developing our own economy around recreation, which is exciting for me based on the fact that if you get out there right now, you'll see everybody's out there, and that's the kind of economic engine, people visitation here and all these other tertiary kind of benefits that we get from recreation. I think we're investing in that. So huge thank you to everybody that contributed, and then the two community members that took their time to review the proposals. It was great to have them on there. They brought a lot of insight, and for our community members in the audience today that talk about transparency and being part of the public process and where's the money going and how is it spent, many opportunities for people to dig in, reach your hand out and help county staff or other people involved in the county where you can make a difference, just like these people did. So I just want to thank them. And thanks again, great presentation.
Thanks, Herdy. Dan?
Yeah, not too much to say. I like the focus as to where these funds are going, and I agree with what Ed and Hardy said, that it meets a board priority, and I think that the community on the east side as well as the west side, everyone's going to benefit from this. So thank you. And the visitors that come into the area are going to benefit. So thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Heidi?
Yeah, thanks for highlighting each one of these. I'm so excited to see the on-the-ground results of our new priority, and it's hard to imagine not having this priority now. It's like, this is the spectacular, why Nevada County is so spectacular, the natural, all of the natural elements that we never get to talk about here. And so it's a thrill to see this. It's a thrill to get to fund toilets. Obviously, you wouldn't, sorry about that. You wouldn't think that would be so exciting. Excuse me. But that is such a health and safety concern, and we've been struggling with that for so long. And so now we've figured out how to do that. And honestly, this is a testament to the organizations out there that have been dealing with this for so long and that are now part of the, and have been part of the solution, have been the solution, and now we're getting to help with some of these funds. So I'm just really happy to see this. And thank you to the evaluation panel and to staff. And again, thanks to the organizations who are going to be taking this money and making the world a better place for everyone in Nevada County.
That was great. Good comments. I'm going to open this up to public comment at this point. So if there's anybody that wants to come and speak, please come forward. There we go. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Huck and members of the board. I'm Bonnie Bavetta, District 5. I am also a board member of Truckee Trails Foundation, but today I'm speaking as an individual, a resident and trail user. And I don't think I need to go into my whole spiel because it's all been said, but I just want to confirm the desperate need for this grant money to help support the health, safety, economic impacts. There would be definitely negative economic impacts without this funding. So we appreciate the support and your consideration of the grant funds.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Maya Upton. I'm from the Morgan Ranch neighborhood, and I'm here to share comments about Circle's River Ambassador Program in partnership with California State Parks. I'm about to enter my second year at the University of Utah, majoring in environmental and sustainability studies and geography. I've returned for a second summer term as a river captain. and one of Circle's volunteer site leaders at the River Ambassadors booths on Highway 49, Bridgeport, and Purdon Crossing. I was inspired to become a river captain because I love nature and love to protect it. I've grown up around the Yuba and always thought of it as such a special and beautiful place. Becoming a river captain and making a difference at one of my favorite places was exhilarating, and I jumped at the chance to become part of Circle. Over the 2 seasons I have been a captain, I've seen significantly increased visitation at all crossings, which has resulted in illegal parking, littering, waste, broken glass, and fire hazard. Among other issues, my main goal as a river captain is to use a friendly, non-violent approach to educate and inspire visitors to promote ethical and non-polluting use of the river. The River Ambassador Program is in need of more resources in order to continue this essential work for the South Yuba River Citizens League. I'm here to advocate for the approval of the grant award agreement between the County of Nevada and the South Yuba River Citizens League for the River Ambassador Program in the amount of $16,705 funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice job. More public comment?
My name is Chris, and I have a couple of questions. I hope the panel here can help answer these questions. HR 1319, otherwise known as ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, is an extremely large piece of legislation. It includes sections 1001 through 11006. I cannot go through every single one of those to identify specifically which section provides authorization for the fundings of this grant or these grants, and I would really like to have that question answered for myself as well as everyone else. The other question that does come to my mind is, how come Nevada County is being called upon to participate in a grant program when the details to which these fundings are being supplied seems to be more a state parks and recreation subject? And then in the presentation, I just took a little bit of offense to the flowery language used to make this sound so wonderful. And the final piece of flowery language had to do with the collective leveraging. Let's just talk reality amongst us. We don't need this to be made into something that sounds pretty and precious and sweet and nice and gorgeous and cute. You know, this is just money. It's a lot of money. And if the HR 1319 has a section in it to which the question can be answered, where is this money being justified? What section authorizes the use of this money in this way? The reason for that question coming from my gut, because we have a very needy community. And maybe this ARPA money could still be directed towards the needs of the community. The recreational stuff is beautiful, it's fun, it's cute, it's nice. But we still have needs. Our community still has needs. I know I have needs. So I hope some of those questions would be collectively addressed. Thank you so much.
Okay. Tricia or Ariel, which one would you like to lead off with that?
I can address the first question and potentially the leveraged funding, the additional money, basically, in clear terms, and then Tricia will address the second one. So broadly, we really did, following board direction, we really focused these funds to the American Rescue Plan Act guidance is to specifically respond to the public health emergency and to address its negative economic effects. And then more specifically, and I have this on, I think, slide 5, aligned with the American Rescue Plan Act priority of 2.22, strong, healthy communities, neighborhood features that promote health and safety. So we were very specific in addressing both those two issues, economic impact related to the pandemic and specifically health and safety. And so all of these grants are aligned to that, and that language is in the RFP, it's in the responses from the applicants and in the contracts, or in the grant agreements, excuse me. And then in terms of the leverage funding, and I'm sorry if sometimes if the language is not as clear as it could be, but it's exactly what our public shared. It really was asking our community to step up as well and match this money with other money. And it's in recognition that our nonprofit organizations and special districts, in this case, we have one special district funded as well. These organizations do work really hard to bring their own funding to the table, and that funding is potentially from other grants, but it's also from community donations and the fundraisers and the different ways. So we felt like it was important to acknowledge that in terms of expanding the impact. We are very careful with these funds, and a way to really make that impact more profound and more sustainable is to bring in other money to add to this money to have a greater impact. And so that's what I was attempting to communicate with the leveraged funding.
Right, thank you. So that was it. Everyone that applied added their own funding to this project.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
And
Tricia?
Yeah, I might add, Chair Hook. So as far as why we're doing these grants, not only is it applicable to the ARPA funding, as Ariel just explained, but also the issue with recreation and the impacts that we're seeing is much bigger than just state parks. As you can see by just who we're awarding these grants to, or suggesting that you award the grants to, it's throughout the county. It's, at the trails that the Bear Yuba Land Trust are overseeing. It's at our trailheads, our bicycling trailheads as well. It's up in District 5. It's in every one of your districts is where we're seeing these issues. And so just as the board recognized at your board workshop earlier this year that recreation is a bigger issue than just the state or just our local districts, that's why we're proposing to do these grants. To really help the entire community, because recreation is impacting everyone in Nevada County these days.
Okay, and let's just, I think one of the questions was, you want to know where it was in the ARPA. There was really scrutinized places where I guess that's not the right word, but it was specific of where funding came in and out of the ARPA funding program. And there I see Georgette has some input on that. Thank you, Georgette.
Good morning, Chair Hook, members of the board. Again, Georgia Arano, Senior Management Analyst in the CEO's office. Absolutely, it's a super long piece of legislation, and the section that codifies this program is the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. And while I don't have the specific legislative number off the top of my head, I would happily follow up with the gentleman and provide the documentation in terms of the specific where it is in the legislation, and as codified by the final rule that the U.S. Treasury put out in January.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so in Chris Hamilton, she'll get with you and you can connect and she can give you the rest of that information. Okay, great. Is there any other public comment?
Good morning, Chair Hook, Supervisors. My name is Melinda Booth, and I'm the Executive Director at the South Yuba River Citizens League. You heard from Maya about the proposed River Ambassador funding, so I'm going to talk about a couple of other projects here. And Ariel, thanks for giving such a good summary. You've covered most of it, so this should be pretty short. But, recreation and visitation to our county, especially to our outdoor areas, has been increasing for many years, but I would say has been extremely accelerated in the last several years due to COVID, and that's what we're experiencing on the ground. When I got into environmental conservation work, I could never have predicted that I would get to talk about toilets so often in my career, but it is the topic of conversation when we talk about needs at many of our recreation areas here. So the opportunity to provide facilities at Golden Courts through this funding opportunity is absolutely invaluable, and we're working on helping to deal with sanitation, health and safety issues, other areas as well. So thanks for getting to talk about toilets today. And then the mile marker program is really, really exciting for us, and thanks for considering funding for that as well. What I really love about it, it has that safety and public health component, of course, because we're talking about our emergency personnel being able to respond more quickly and efficiently when there are emergencies within the canyon where there is very limited, if not any, cell service, et cetera. But it also helps increase a visitor experience and help with navigation and orientation for visitors. But what's really exciting about it, it's a program that came out of the Yuba River Public Safety Cohort that was identified as a great need for the area, and it is a multi-jurisdictional project. So that means it's exponentially more challenging to complete, but it's not something that we shy away from. We figure out how to do it because it's really, really important, because we're working with Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, the Tahoe National Forest, state parks, and private landowners. So it's a program that we're implementing across these different boundaries. And that's really important because fire knows no political boundaries. Folks who are hiking on a trail don't know political boundaries or what regulations change. Is there camping here? Is there not camping here? And so being able to provide these markers and identify what land people are on will help people have a better experience and also be able to follow the rules. I believe that for the most part, people want to be good and follow the rules. They just need to be able to know what they are and where they are to implement the rules that apply. So it's coordinated with the cohort, multi-jurisdictional, and we're also partnering with the Bear Yuba Land Trust, another environmental nonprofit, on pulling that program together. So I think that's a really exciting one for our community, and working with our search and rescue and sheriff's department as well, and different things like that. So thank you so much for your consideration of the funding. We're really, really grateful, and there is a huge need. Thanks.
Thank you, Melinda. Any other for public comment? Julia, do you have any written comments?
Yeah, there's no callers, but I do have one email. It's from District 2 resident Susanna Bailey, and she writes, I strongly report the relocation of the parking lot at the Adam Ryan Preserve, and that's for items 56 and 63. Having the current parking entrance exit locations at the corner of Alta Sierra Drive and Dog Bar Road, as well as from Dog Bar Road, is waiting for an accident to happen, so to speak. Mainly, you are having to look 3 different directions for oncoming traffic before exiting the parking lot, especially when exiting onto Alta Sierra Drive, plus the flow of the lot is not clear with the 2 separate entrances. One has to navigate a parking spot to avoid blocking either entrance or exit with vehicles coming in and out from both access points. It's all rather a confusing and hazardous parking situation. I agree with the Bear Yuba Land Trust that it would be much safer for trail users to move and enlarge the parking lot so that there is only one clear entrance exit on Dog Bar Road away from the intersection of Alta Sierra Drive and Dog Bar Road.
Okay, that's it? Okay, thanks, Julie, and hopefully that is what the plan. It's going to be exciting to see that work going on at Alta Sierra at Adams Rivers. So anyway, with that, that's great. If there's any other public comment? If not, I'm going to close public comment and come back to my board. Hardy, any last comments?
One comment on the public comment side is we did get a number of proposals from other jurisdictions that we turned down, that we thought the money was better spent using leverage on dollars in other organizations. So to Chris's point, that was considered in the process as well. I just want to mention that. And once again, a huge thanks to everybody who participated. Job well done.
Nice. Ed, do you have anything else?
Chair Hook, may I make just one comment? Although this is a new policy objective for the board, I want to recognize the board's effort. This has been longstanding, the work of yourself and Chair Hall in terms of the river cohort of bringing these partners together for years and elevating these issues, as well for the work of Supervisor Bullock in Eastern County and bringing partners together as well. So I just appreciate that leadership and the work that has been going on for years. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Ed, did you have anything? No? Heidi?
Yeah, I just want to take the opportunity to also thank the volunteers. Thank you to the young woman who stood up and spoke and talked about the ambassadors. You guys are heroes too. You're educating the public. You people aren't always nice. I hope they're mostly nice and appreciative of the work you do, but none of this could happen without volunteers too, so thank you for that.
Nice, Dan?
No.
Okay, with that, I would echo those comments. I think we're really fortunate to have people that do volunteer and the work that gets done on our river. And our Yuba cohort has really been instrumental in some of these projects. As Allison was saying, bringing all of our different agencies together to look at what are the issues, what do we need to fix, what's important at the river that can make things more safe. So like the mile marker project's been on our radar for a while. I mean, how easy is it going to be somebody gets hurt? Well, we're at the 3-mile marker, so we don't have to spend hours looking for that area. I'm really excited about that. It's one of my favorite projects that's coming down the road. And they're always looking for volunteers for river ambassadors. There's training that goes at that, but so if anybody's interested, reach out to Circle, the trail ambassadors as well. And with new people coming here, I like the fact that we're working with search and rescue on some of these projects because we want to keep all of our people that are coming here safe as well and our first responders safe at the same time. So a lot of good stuff. And I kind of echo Melinda on the toilets. Who would have thought we would have been talking toilets? And we do that a lot at the Yuba River cohort over time. But there's a lot of great things coming on through not this program, but our satellite boxes are out for emergency services at some of our river crossings. Those are some of the things that we continue to work on. Signage is another thing in our areas. We got a lot of narrow, thin roads. We work at keeping people aware of what the fire dangers are, and these are just another added portion that's going to help protect our folks while they're out really enjoying what we have to offer here in this community as far as recreation goes. So really pleased. Now if we just teach them to pack it in and pack it out, that'll be another big thing. I haven't found a policy for that one to work yet, but we have to keep educating. So with that, now I have to do these individually, so this is going to take a little bit. We're going to go through them one by one. So first, I'm going to entertain a motion for item 56, which is the resolution approving the grant award agreement with Bear Yuba Land Trust for the Trail Keeper Program for $11,500. I'm going to entertain a motion.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Item 57, resolution approving the grant award agreement by Bicyclists of Nevada County, or BONC, in the amount of $13,724 for the Outdoor Safety Fund grant funded. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Item 58, resolution approving the grant award agreement with Truckee Trails Foundation for the Trail Host Ambassador Program and portable restrooms for $25,400.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie,
District
call-
3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Item 59, resolution approving the grant award agreement with South Yuba River Citizens League for the River Ambassador Program for $16,705.
So moved?
Moved,
Second.
moved and seconded. Julie, call the roll.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Item 60, resolution approving the grant award agreement with Nevada Irrigation District for $18,000.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Julie, call the roll.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Item 61, resolution approving the grant award agreement with South Yuba River Citizens League for $46,371 for the Outdoor Safety Program. Entertain a motion?
So moved. Go ahead, Ed.
Moved by Ed, seconded by Heidi. Julie, will you call the roll?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Item 62, resolution approving the grant award agreement with South Yuba River Citizens League for the amount of $75,000 for the wild and scenic trail marker and safety signage.
So moved?
Moved,
Second.
seconded by Hardy. Julie, call the roll.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Item 63, resolution approving the grant award agreement with Bear Yuba Land Trust in the amount of $99,500.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, call the roll.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Item 64, which is a resolution approving the grant award agreement with Truckee Trails Foundation for $109,370.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, that was good. Thank you, Tricia and Ariel, and to all the staff and volunteers that work to make all these things happen, so appreciate it. So our next item is a scheduled item, so we're going to take a little break and we will resume at 11:15. And we're going to head into our scheduled item, our 11:15, and I'd like to introduce Tricia Tillotson from CDA.
Thank you, Chair Hook and Supervisors. As you mentioned, Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director, and we have with us Jeffrey Thorsby, our Senior Management Analyst. And today we have 3 items that we're talking about. The first is a public hearing, and then tied to that will be a proposed ordinance to change some of our parking prohibitions, and then a resolution to change some of the penalties associated with those. We have a presentation put together here. We'll discuss the background. We'll go over the process that we've gone through. We'll talk about the associated fines, the proposed locations, and then recommendations, which will again be to consider the parking prohibitions that we'll go over here at specific locations. All of them actually tied to recreation that I know we just heard about. And then we'll also talk about increasing the parking violation penalties. Jeffrey will walk you through the background. And so with that, I'll ask Jeffrey to kick us off with the background.
Thank you so much, Tricia. Chair Hook, honorable members of the board, it's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Jeffrey Thorsby, your Senior Management Analyst. And I'm excited to be here, especially directly after the last presentation, which was really inspiring to see a lot of those great projects. This is, I would articulate another tool addressing recreation. We'll talk a little bit about that. Starting off, I wanted to give a little bit of background on this. Back in 2018, your board actually made changes to increase and to address illegal parking at Purdon Crossing and Edwards Crossing. That was a recommendation of the Yuba River Public Safety Cohort at that time. One of the things, the big component is the board recognized the challenges of public safety due to illegal parking, from blocking emergency vehicle access, potentially blocking evacuation routes, and also hazards to pedestrians. At that time, just as a reminder, the Yuba River Public Safety Cohort, along with staff, met with a number of different stakeholders, including collections, the Superior Court of Nevada County, to get their input, and a variety of other stakeholders in the cohort at that time. We identified, and one of the components that I'll talk a little bit about in one of the slides coming up, is the importance of a balanced fine. Contrary to a fee, a fine is basically essentially to deter behavior. So that's the goal of a fine. And your board with Apple Code has the authority to kind of situate a civil parking penalty as you see fit. But it is important to have a balanced nuance with what the court would deem as reasonable. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But that being said, I think it's important to note that in 2021, staff put together a policy report which identified a number of components. In 2020 alone, over 2,611 tickets were issued across the county. That includes multiple agencies, CHP, state parks, U.S. Forest Service, BLM. So and that's all for illegal parking. So we identified that there is a lot of illegal parking. Let's see, in 2018, your board did essentially do 2 actions, which allowed for addressing illegal parking at Purdon's Crossing and Edwards Crossing. Since such time, the cohort has identified further spots where there's high recreational illegal parking, including the CCC, which was a new initiative in District 5, very similar to the cohort. Also identified a number of illegal parking components, which is really challenging. So in terms of this process, we did reach out to stakeholders, including the cohort, the CCC, but also directly to the Sheriff's Office, CHP, fire agencies, Placer County, and received input. And so you can see that the recommendations before you today are not just those key spots, but include other areas, including the Dog Bar area and the Bear River area. And so we wanted to take a really comprehensive approach in looking at where are those highest impacts where we're seeing illegal parking that create hazards to public safety. And just as a reminder, as you're well aware, your board did identify recreation as a priority for this year, and we believe that this is a part of that toolkit to look at to promote sustainable recreation partnership with community providers for recreation. I do just want to highlight one component that we received in some feedback from stakeholders who are in support of this initiative today, but also identified that while we want to deter illegal parking, and we do recognize that there is a need for increased infrastructure for parking, there is limited parking out there. And I think that the previous action of your board speaks to that infrastructure and that need. There's a number of components that staff is working on that we're not going to go into today, but I do want to highlight that we are cognitive of that. So again, I have two slides. I want to orient for you, as well as the public, kind of the process by which parking fines and the appeal process, which is helpful in understanding when we think about the reasonableness of the fine. So when a parking is issued by whatever law enforcement agency or peace officer that can issue that ticket, there's a certain steps for an appeal process. The first is to appeal directly to the issuing agency. For a number of fines, that could be the sheriff's office, that could be the CHP. Essentially, they'll identify, whether or not that ticket was issued correctly and with applicable law. If that is then essentially that appeal is denied, then it essentially goes to collections, and the offender can essentially appeal to collections. If that is then appealed at that point, essentially if collections says, sorry, no, this fine was levied correctly, then they can actually appeal to the Superior Court. Once it goes to the Nevada County Superior Court, the judge has the option of, really it is up to the judge's discretion on whether or not to allow for that appeal to move forward or not. At that point, and this is where it's important, the Nevada County Superior Court and the courts in general understand and are concerned about fines being unreasonable. What they don't want to do is essentially lock folks in a circular cycle if they can't pay for the fine because the fine's too expensive and so forth. And so ensuring that that fine is not unreasonable, so not a $10,000 fine, for example, they would probably deem that as unreasonable. So that's important when we think about the fine and the amount that we're bringing for you today, which is consistent with the board's pre-established policies. Where this is identified is in the penalty schedule, and this is established by your resolution 1182. Currently, any fine that's not identified under a specific, any illegal parking that's not specifically identified with a specific citation in this schedule would basically be lodged under a $38 fine. And this is where our law enforcement folks have articulated this is a problem. Essentially, I think as a CHP commander up in District 5 articulated to me, walking up to an offender and saying, hey, you can't park here, this is an illegal parking spot. And they said, well, how much is the fine? And they said, $38. I said, great, just leave it on the windshield and I'll pay for it later. And so that's a problem. The actions before you today regarding the penalty schedule will basically, the identified locations will increase the fine amount to $150, and then there's a $12 admin fee on top for a total of $162. That's the fine that the board established in 2018 for Edwards and Purdon Crossing. And at this time, we're recommending the same amount for these other locations. Again, being mindful that the board could always come back and raise that if they so deem so. The last slide I have here, which is a helpful question that always follows essentially, is where does the money go once the county receives the fine amount? And so 86% of those funds essentially go directly back into your general fund. 7%, and that's that $12 fee, essentially goes to collections. And then you can see basically, as I do the math, about 7% goes to a number of different corresponding agencies at the state level. So that's where these fines actually go. With that, I'm going to go and kick it over to your director to kind of go over in detail each location, and then we'll follow up by questions.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So we'll quickly go over each location, and hopefully this provides clarity, but let me know if you have any questions. So Boreal Ridge Road, as shown here, there's a red arrow. This is a small portion of county-maintained road. So why didn't we go further? That's really why, because this is what is under our jurisdictional control. So what happens in this particular location, this is by Boreal and the Auburn Ski Club. And so especially during the winter, you'll get a lot of recreationalists just pulling right off the highway. Looks like a great place to play. They'll park and block the road. And that's why we're proposing to, make it clear that you cannot park in the road right away in this location and block the road right away. Next slide, please. So Coyote Street, just on the other side of the Rood Center here. It's a narrow 2-lane, curvy mountainous road connecting Highway 49 to North Bloomfield Graniteville Road. It serves a large volume of traffic, and yet overnight parking in this area has become an issue and a fire concern. So hence why we're proposing on this section of road. Next slide, please. So Dog Bar Road, river access is the main issue on this section of roadway. Vehicles are parked, I just saw that this weekend out there too, right over the white fog line. Actually, we don't have a fog lane, but they park right in the travel lane, making it very difficult to traverse through. This proposed change is a modification of your existing code and a lengthening of the proposed parking prohibition. Donner Lake Road, so this is another small section of county-maintained road, and hence why we're proposing it in this location. But this is another area where vehicles pull off of I-80 and then park in an unsafe manner, often for snow play. Next slide. Donner Pass Road. This is a very popular recreational destination, and unfortunately, vehicles will park in the traveled way. They block access, sometimes completely. So by adding Donner Pass Road to our ordinance, enforcement would be able to be upheld in this section of roadway. And the picture in the beginning of this slideshow was a picture of Donner Pass Road. So you can see how cars just park wherever they think they should. Next slide. So Maybert Road, this is another one that is impacted by recreational access, mainly folks wanting to go to the river in this area. And again, cars are just kind of parking wherever they want and they block the roadway. Just a note on this slide, and the slide shows this, but the road goes east of Washington Road, not west. So that's something that, if this is approved, we'll be clarifying that in the ordinance language when it comes back for a second reading. Pleasant Valley Road, so again, recreationally impacted. This would lengthen the existing parking prohibition area around, this is really associated with Bridgeport. And this is really in response to state parks requesting this because they've seen a real impact out there. So this would help with that enforcement. Soda Springs Road, so again, winter recreation especially, but also year-round. Parking can be an issue on Soda Springs Road. The proposed change is really due to the recent reconstruction of the bridge out there, and then just the increase in recreational visitors that we've seen. Relief Hill Road, so summer recreation is the biggest concern here. This is, again, up in the town of Washington. And so what happens is this is a very narrow section of roadway. People will come out here to visit the river or with ATVs, and they park alongside the road, really blocking any access in and out. Just a note on this one too, I think we got them mixed up. This should have been west. This is really west of Gaston, not east. So that'll be clarified in the ordinance. And then Washington Road, I'm almost on repeat here. This is again recreationally impacted and in the town of Washington. And mainly an issue in the summer with people wanting to visit the river. So we're requesting, and this is really Washington Fire District requested this, to add no parking zones in this area. And that leaves us with our recommendations. So this is the public hearing, and we would suggest that you open the public hearing and ask for comments. And then the next part would be introducing and waiving the further reading of the ordinance. And then the final part would be adopting the resolution for the increased fines.
Okay, thank you, Tricia. So I'm going to just go ahead and open up public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for questions, if that's okay. So with that, I will open up the hearing, the public hearing, and for public comment.
Is this on? Yeah.
It is. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hook and Supervisors. My name is Daniel Elkin, Communications and Engagement Director of South Yuba River Citizens League, also known as CIRCLE. CIRCLE has been working as a community-based grassroots organization to unite the community to protect and restore the Yuba River for nearly 40 years. Much has changed in those years, but throughout it all, the Yuba River has been the heart of this community. I've come to you today in support of the ordinance and resolution before you to further mitigate illegal parking in the specific locations throughout Nevada County. CIRCLE is a member of the Yuba River Public Safety Cohort, and at those meetings, the preponderance of illegal parking is a constant topic of conversation from a public safety perspective. As the numbers of visitors to the Yuba River increases, the possibility of emergency services having to address issues in the canyon also increases. As the threat of catastrophic wildfire increases, the need for emergency vehicles to respond quickly becomes even more important. CIRCLE's River Ambassador program does all it can on the weekends to remind visitors to park in designated areas only, but unfortunately, this sort of positive messaging only goes so far. More robust punitive measures seems to be what we need in order for more of our citizens to act in good faith towards the public good. Increasing the fine for illegal parking will hopefully create greater compliance and, with that, reduce the risk to public safety. CIRCLE is in full support of the proposed ordinance and resolution, and we thank you for taking the time to consider its passage.
Thank you for your comments. Any more public comment? Julie, do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do have one caller, and I did receive some letters.
Okay, well, let's go with the caller, and then we'll come back to the letters.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good morning, are you there?
Yes, I am Board of Supervisors, Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. It's unfortunate that locals can no longer use a lot of these places that we hold dear due to the impacts of overuse. I haven't been able to go to the river in quite a while. Last time I went, I couldn't even get up to the trail because I had to go back to my truck and grab a bucket and my grabbers to pick up dog poop. But obviously it had been there for a long, long time, and a lot of it. There's a lot of stuff that we can do for recreation here by promoting it, wanting more people to come in. Fantastic. I love this area. People need to enjoy it. But it's getting destroyed by overuse without any infrastructure, restrooms especially in that regard, and also emergency services going to retrieve one person that is overheated on a trail that they shouldn't be on because they're way beyond their limit. And things happen and people get in trouble out, and the farther we push them out, the longer the response times are, the longer the event is. The more time we're without ambulances, which just happens nonstop now, multiple times a day, to where a patient bleeding out in a nursing home doesn't get a ride to the hospital because there's no ambulances available. So as we promote recreation, we have to think about everything that goes along with it, the falls and the ankle twists and the different things that are involved with enjoying the outdoors and possibly not paying attention to your surroundings, including where people park. It is absolutely ridiculous that we've gotten to a point where we're just going to ban everyone. And that seems to be what's happening with society. We're just going to ban everything for the good of everyone because a few people are screwing it up for everyone. Why not just go after those people and tow their cars and charge them money and finance the program that way? Because, again, I can't enjoy any of these places now unless you go out at like 5 in the morning and find a parking spot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matthew. Julie, you have some written comments?
I just wanted to report, Chair, that the board received letters of support for the proposed ordinance and increase of legal parking fines from the Nevada County Consolidated Fire District, South Yuba River Citizens League, Placer County District 5 Supervisor Cindy Gustafson, and the Museum of Truckee History.
Okay, thank you, Julie. I'll call one more time for public comment. Okay, well, we'll close public comment on this public hearing, and I will bring it back to the board for questions. You want to start, Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. It's been a little while in the making, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. It's not one of the pieces that's bright and shiny piece of hard work that results in, dramatic change immediately, but I think it's really necessary. It was one of the first things I think that we talked about when we convened the CCC group, because it was in February, and that was one of the big impact areas that came up from that group. And you'll notice, obviously the map depicts a lot of areas in District 5 and then all the river crossings. And most of that is unincorporated Nevada County, and there's no other partners necessarily to bring, bring stuff to bear to solve it. So thank you for bringing it all forward. I support everything in here. I do think there's going to be some, we're going to have to answer a few questions when it first goes in. I think there's going to be tow trucks and citations, and, that was one of the questions I had. Two pieces. Immediately, is it going to fall with some sort of communication between the law enforcement community and the county? And then what's the public outreach strategy for notifying the users? And I'll put a little asterisk by that, because I recognize that a lot of the cars in that picture are not from Nevada County. They're from Sacramento or the Bay Area. And but there are some places like VTT and other people and organizations that can help us get the message out. So I just wanted to ask a few questions about that.
Good questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. So we would be doing public outreach with this. So after the second reading, I believe it still has 30 or 60 days, I always get that mixed up, before it can actually be implemented. During that time, we set up with our road crew to put in the proper signage. And then when we're ready to do that too, we will be doing some public outreach. So that'll probably be our typical stuff. So social media, that's something we can ask to include perhaps in the Friday memo, for example. And hopefully our reporting agencies will help us get the word out with that as well. But thank you, that is an important component.
I would also add that we are really encouraged by Placer County's support. We'll be working with them. You didn't, on the map that showed Donner Summit, you see some of the Donner Summit goes into Placer County. Clearly, Placer County has to, they would have to increase their fine there on that side of the road. And it's actually the exact same amount that it is today on our side. So we're going to be working with them as well, and then working with their outreach efforts on that side. And then additionally, we do hot topic alerts as well, both for the cohort as well as the CCC. So we'll be shooting out messaging on that as well. And then also working with gonevadacounty.com, which is your board's website promoting tourism. So I think there's a lot of avenues that we'd be help promoting this component.
Yeah, I will mention one other piece is partners like the Turkey Donner Land Trust are looking at alternative snow play areas to try and take some of the pressure off the summit, because you don't need to go all the way to the tippy top of the summit to play in the snow. You can actually do it in Cisco or Kingville or something down the hill where you're not necessarily not only impacting other people, but also putting yourself at risk on a day when it can snow and people in two-wheel drive cars get stuck. So there's a whole community of other stakeholders, as you know, that are working on trying to solve that impact as well, which hopefully, if people can't park and they have to be dispersed more, hopefully some of these other solutions will come into play where we can actually keep them out some of those really critical areas in the middle of winter. So once again, yeah, thanks for, and happy to help promote this change in any way we can.
Yeah, that's a really great point, Herdy, when we look at those community partners that really work. I mean, we know some of them, Edwards and Purdon, we're challenged. But, we are looking at parking lot, different things where people maybe can ride share and different ideas. So the community is such a huge part of how we do all of our work. And so we appreciate all those partners, that's for sure, because this is something, the safety side of this is scary. And one of the questions, Patricia, was the signs too are going to say the parking fee, right?
That's correct,
Because
yes.
we do that down at the other ones? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Ed? Oh, it'll tell you that the ticket, the fine is X amount, yeah, not the fee, the fine. Not the fee, the fine, yeah. Say that 5 times fast.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of this, but I do look at all this and go, oh my gosh, where are they going to park? They'll end up in other neighborhoods, or a weekend up on Soda Springs, oh my gosh, off of Interstate 80. What has the results been on Purdon and
The results were good. When COVID hit, we issued a lot of citations. That's when we saw that huge increase of folks recreating. However, I will say the challenge still, I think, get to Supervisor Bullock's point, is the communication piece. The challenge is that folks, when they drive all the way up here from, and when we look at our statistics associated with at least the sheriff's office, about 60% are from out of town. 40%, roughly speaking, are from local residents. And so one of the challenges is people drive all the way up, and by the time they get up at the river, they're like, well, I'll just go ahead and suffer the cost of the ticket. And so that's where that balance of both communication as well as the balance of providing options for parking and then also for the fine amount kind of coexist. And I think that there's a nexus point. And so the way I would articulate today's actions are really one tool in the tool belt of addressing illegal parking and mitigating those factors. But it's definitely not the key and only solution.
Yeah, I think there's much more that we're going to have to do. And you look at, well, what is the solution? Well, one of the solutions is we just dealt with it earlier and with the Adam Ryan. You create a new, safer parking lot. I don't know how we do that, but even Caltrans, I'm kind of disappointed when they eliminate park and ride areas. I mean, these are things that are really needed. So, hopefully with the Caltrans, we can become partners there too, because just right off of 49, of course, we've got big issues there too. So I certainly support this and realize this will be an ongoing issue.
And absolutely, the coordination with Caltrans is important. I did want to mention, so with this proposed change, we're not taking away any legal parking areas on any of these road sections. So you would still have those available. But I also hear you as well as that, there's a lot of people parking illegally. So again, hopefully this will deter those folks. And meanwhile, we can build proper facilities for them.
Thanks, Tricia. Heidi?
Thank you. Yeah, this is such a long time coming, and and it isn't a solution that's gonna be the end all. To Ed's point, we've been struggling with trying to figure out where to put parking lots also at the river crossings. That's seems to be, it's moving, but it's just slow. It's really hard to find a place that would work. And some of the results of the increased fine at the river crossings were a little disappointing too. Without, we would get more results. So I'm hoping that we're making this consistent throughout the county, and that what might help the word spread. And we are doing everything we can, I know, to get it out on social media. So I think this is our next step to try to resolve some of these issues, and we'll see where it goes. But thank you for making it happen. It has been a long time coming.
Dan?
Nope.
Okay, well, great. Well, I'd like to say that too, because I do know we see the difference at Pleasant Valley already, which it was hard for the locals, but we were to a point where the fire truck couldn't get down the hill. And so we have these critical safety issues, and so that's why we have to keep addressing this, and I appreciate the time that's gone into this. And again, it's just a step. And I see, Hardy, did you have another question?
Just one quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hook. There was a conversation that I had with the Donner Summit during the summit about shoulder parking and it being kind of the most affordable way to park cars in rural unincorporated areas. And I just wanted to ask a little bit and maybe just place a thought with my colleagues that as we do these road projects that may be federal or state funding, that we look closer at fortifying that funding locally to develop parking on the shoulder edge, because it is the most affordable. If you're doing the site work, it's the most affordable way to park cars, considering we have miles of road. And I just wanted your thoughts on that, Trish, if you could.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Bullock. So I would agree it is a very affordable way, affordable in quotes though. So even affordable, widening a roadway even a couple feet can be pretty expensive in the grand scheme of things. So, but I completely agree with projects coming down the pipeline. We should be incorporating those kind of improvements wherever we can, and with the available resources, and which are usually grant funded. So it's a great opportunity to not only improve a roadway, but also address recreational issues. So I think like the Donner Pass Road Flat project is a good example. Is while that project, was probably in the pipeline for original design 10 years ago, if we were doing it today, there might have been more opportunities for putting in more parking alongside the roadway.
How can we help break that timeline up when, because as you've discussed, 10 years ago it was in the planning field. Sometimes by the time it gets to us, there's no more action we can take to change or add pieces in there. How do we appear, how do we affect that change? How do we get into that process? Because I may not be here 10 years from now, and so I want whoever's sitting here 10 years from now to have the opportunity to make those changes.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Bullock. So I really think this board has already done that by bringing recreation forward as an objective, by seeing the importance of needing a recreation and resiliency master plan, which the county's never had. I think those are steps forward to really making more comprehensive capital projects in the future. And so there's also legislation out there too, like with bridges, for example. Perhaps 10 years ago when we replaced a bridge, we would not consider necessarily access down to the river. And now you have to. So I think all these components, putting them together, it's going to put us in a good position going forward, whether any of us are in those decision-making positions at that time or not.
Okay, perfect. Well, with that, I would introduce a motion to waive further reading of the ordinance, which is item 65A.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. And then we will move on to 65B, which is the resolution amending Resolution 11-520 pertaining to parking violation penalties and variation locations for reasons for public safety.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, would you like to call the roll, please?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, thank you very much, Jeffrey, Tricia.
Yeah,
for
thank you.
presentation.
I also just want to give a quick shout out also to really our law enforcement folks as well as fire who are out there and issuing and providing education to these folks on a day-to-day basis. Without them, we certainly wouldn't be able to do the impact that we're seeking to achieve. So thank you.
No, thank you, and that's a good point, Jeff, too, just to reach out, that the collaboration between all these agencies is what really works. That's what makes it all come together, is that they can work together. Okay, perfect. So we have 10 minutes before we're going to go into some closed session items. Do we want to do, would you like to do an announcement, Dan?
We can't do announcements in 13 minutes, Sue. That is impossible. Okay, I'll go real fast, though. I'm not going to get into it. All right, a couple of major events. This last week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I attended the Mountain Counties Water Resource Association, which we are a member, conference down in El Dorado Hills. But we toured the Caldor Fire, but it was the representation or the attendance of water agency representatives from Santa Clara County, Sonoma, Mesa down in Southern California, San Diego, a lot of representation, different water agencies for this conference. Wade Crowfoot, who's the Director of Natural Resources for California, was our keynote speaker in the morning on Wednesday. But we had some great panel discussion. The Caldor Fire Tour was wonderful because we had people not only from the Forest Service there, but from El Dorado County and their water agency, who really do a lot of work as far as vegetation management. And one thing that the representatives from out of the area finally got a hold of was the fact that the more straws you stick in the ground, the less water recharging we have in our aquifers. And they all of a sudden they realized, wow, we do have too many trees and too much underbrush, and this really has an effect on us. One of the speakers was from the insurance agency, and He wasn't really encouraging, but he did say that fire breaks do aid in getting a handle on the fire for fire department or fire personnel. He says not going to help your insurance rates, however, because of the way the actuarials are in out of the area and how they rate risk. But the tour itself and the speakers and who was there was just, it was a really, really good conference. And we're going to have our next one in October, and hopefully we'll have even better representation. The other one was obviously the RCRC meeting in the county of the chair. And certainly there were individuals that really were instrumental in helping this be a success. 39 RCRC counties and 34 attended. The others attended virtually in the meeting, but Jerry Serino from Serino's at Main Street, South Fork Vodka contributed 50 bottles of vodka and 50 Bloody Mary mix bottles to every participant. And so that was quite nice. And so it was just a great way to show off Nevada County. And the tours we had, North Star Mining Museum, they love that because they have so many moving parts there, and there's just so much to say as far as the story of Nevada County and hard rock mining and what it meant and what it provided for the community. The other one was, and they loved this one, was we went to the air attack base and they got to see the dispatch center, but also the planes weren't flying yet early in the morning. And so they had a chance to walk around the planes. And then Brian Estes put one up in the air and flew in front at 150 feet, which is the drop elevation for a retardant. And all those supervisors and RCRC staff, when that plane came in at 150 feet, they were really amazed because they did a nice job. So it was just another obvious way to show off the history and the natural resources. And the dinner at Serino's was a wonderful affair. And the attendees dropped a lot of cash in Nevada County, especially at Gary's place. But it just was a very, very good time. And I want to thank Jeffrey for all the work he did working with Dorothy Poole and the RCRC staff in helping put this together. So it was good for Nevada County. So that's mine.
Well, thanks, Dan. Ed, how about you? You have any that you want to talk about? We're not on a timer.
No.
8 minutes.
We
Dan
have
took
until we're
most
done.
of the time.
I know. Go ahead. All right, Hardy, or do you have some, Dan? Oh, you have
Oh,
some.
I
don't
just
you?
don't want to say.
Oh, no, go ahead, Ed. Good.
You know, you guys appreciate the time that we put in as a budget subcommittee. And just before that meeting last week, the special meeting on the budget, we went through another presentation by Martin and the staff, just that final component before it actually came to the public. A little disappointing because no public members showed up, but when they talk about these big contracts, the renewal contracts, the amendments, and what goes into it, they just don't realize how much of an effort does go into that. And I know, Heidi, you've brought up some thoughts, perhaps Budget Subcommittee does all this, and maybe there are some other things to help the entire board, and Hardy, you and I can take a look at that. Well, that's an assumption, but if it does go that way, we can take a look at that. So I just wanted to make a point of that. And then had the opportunity to go to Juneteenth, which first time I've gone to that, quite rewarding, and I enjoyed it, planned on doing that again next year. I had a MAC meeting, a regular MAC meeting with the consultants and, of course, all our staff. And we followed up with that with a special meeting, which was basically just our MAC members. Public was invited. We did have one public person come in. Participated in a working group. I wanted to be sure that the MAC felt that they were really a part of this general plan Higgins update down there. Thought it was very, very successful. And then on Friday, last Friday, attended a full-day session on the master plan on aging. That was kind of my thinking, oh my gosh, what's this going to be? Very rewarding, very rewarding. Got to work with some of our behavioral health people that I didn't know before, along with Rachel and Kelly Carpenter, but also with people from Freed and some of the other agencies, the Senior Center. Very, very rewarding. So that'll be coming. It's something that's required of the state. And I think Nevada County is a rural county. We're one of the first ones to really be doing our part as far as a plan for Nevada County. And then finally, Northern Sierra Air Quality District meeting yesterday. Yep. Yeah, short.
Nice, thanks, Ed. Hardy?
Thank you, Chair Hook. You know, I just kind of scanned over the month of June, and Allison and I got to meet with the new fire chief for the Truckee Fire Protection District, Kevin McKechnie. So Chief Celine retired, and hopefully we'll honor him in August. He's a very long-standing fire chief for our fire protection district, done a ton of great work. So we met Kevin and talked with him about his hopes and dreams and goals for that district and the eastern part of the county. It's PSOM is what we call it in Eastern County with Liberty Utility, but PSPS stakeholders meeting where we all get on the phone and talk about what happens when the Eastern County power goes out. And we've had a lot of resources from Western County coming in to help us. Paul and others are part of that group to try and align us because Western County has a little bit more experience with how to handle those issues than we do in Eastern County. So we're getting that geared up. Had a Forest Futures meeting, which is a community foundation where we had the Sheriff's Department and OES and others call in and talk specifically about evacuation in Eastern County, and that was good. A good group of people. There were a lot of people on that call. I think there were estimating maybe 80 people, and most of them constituents and homeowners in the Eastern County area to talk about evacuation. So it was good to see us integrating with these other organizations that are trying to make a difference there. I met with the Friends of the Truckee River, which is the Hurstdale group of concerned community members adjacent to Hurstdale that are still talking about losing access to the river, losing access to the Pyramid Bikeway. It's a huge deal, and we're working through it piece by piece by piece. There is progress being made, a lot of information out there. Tricia and her staff are doing great work. Kit and her staff are doing great work to resolve some of the longstanding friction in that community. So just meeting with that group and trying to let them know what we're doing. I'm hoping that the board can look at some of that with us on a field trip when you come to Truckee in August. We had the Truckee Dirt Fondo, which we have the Heart of Gold bike race here on October 8th. The sister event is the Truckee Dirt Fondo, which is done for the King Ridge Foundation, which is also teen mental health in a different region. We had 1,300 riders from all over the western United States come, and our town was packed. There were cars and bicycles and people packing restaurants, and all the hotels were full, and the racers were full. I mean, it was really cool. So the sport's really exploding, and I think we're going to have a real opportunity in October for our Heart of Gold ride, which thanks to everybody for supporting that. But that Heart of Gold ride will be the only real gravel bike race that time of year anywhere in our region, so I think we're going to have a great turnout. Met with Jill Blake and Jeff on talking about vape and some of the challenges we face with that and maybe what we could do to help change some of the issues we're facing with that substance. Met with the Community Foundation, Nevada County Fire Safe Council. The Fire Safe Council does not have a huge presence in Eastern County, but we're working with them, trying to talk to them and figure out what we can do to work together on some of the issues we face in Eastern County, so that's nice. We have another Community Foundation has a lot of money they're putting into forestry, so they kind of met in the middle and talked a little bit about what we can do together. We had a LAFCO meeting that you attended as well. We met with Tahoe Forest Hospital District, which was a great meeting. I think we concluded that maybe a semi-annual meeting between the county and the Tahoe Forest Hospital system, district, I think they call themselves system now. We share all these overlaps with Health and Human Services. It's a level 3 trauma center now. So the hospital system is really becoming kind of a powerhouse of all things, contributing to health and wellness in that part of the county. And so it was nice to talk to them about wellness and not just about health and trauma and treatment, but also going the next step to how do you get populations well and what can we do to partner together to make people healthy and strong. Met with a couple of town council members talking about fire and what we're doing with Measure T and what the county's doing with their work to combat catastrophic fire in Eastern County. Had a great meeting with the UBET Homeowners Association. Well, it's not a homeowners association. It's a group. Everybody came out of the woods and met at the mailboxes, whatever you call that. And we circled the cars there and we all talked. And Caleb came, Alex from OES came, and then Sean Scales came, and we talked about egress in and out of that community. And there's some real issues we face out there. There's a couple roads. I did hear some really great options that I've never heard before at that meeting. So people were talking about roads and driveways that are closely connected, a road on one side and then a road on the other side, but a little sliver of private ground in the middle, which made me hopeful that through some county intervention, we may be able to open up those gaps and get some alternative egress in and out of these communities. Working with Paul to develop a map. We're going back out there on July 9th to meet with everybody. They have it's like a wildfire preparation fair that they're doing, and Kristen Cook is their organizer out there. So we're going to go out there on July 9th. And thanks to staff for supporting it at 5 to 6 o'clock on a Friday night. Met with Cindy Gufson. She's the new chair of Placer County. She's got her hands full running the county as the county goes through transition, but met with her and talked to her. The county line goes right through Truckee, so you think, is that Nevada County or Placer County? Well, people don't recognize geopolitical borders. They just recognize their neighborhood. So it was fun to meet with her and talk with her. Met with the library, Friends of the Truckee Library again. Placer County came out with their library assessment, which is a big document that outlines their kind of hopes and dreams and goals for Eastern County Library Services, which is going to really kind of affect the way that we think about library service provision in Eastern County. So our staff is working with their staff to understand how going forward this library project may be sustainable and how we can put together a partnership that may help both Placer and Nevada County residents in that area. And then this is really exciting. Greg Williams is Sierra Butte's Trail Stewardship Executive Director, and he's making this Connected Communities project. It's a bike trail from Truckee all the way to the Oregon border. It's 650 miles of trail, but the first 56 miles starts in Nevada County. And he came and presented to My Noon Rotary Club, and our goal is to get him to present and provide a letter of support from our board for his project. And it's really a project to connect recreational-based communities, underprivileged communities, particularly affected by wildfires. So you're going through Sierra County, Plumas County, Lassen County, and Modoc County. And it's really going to be exciting. I can't wait to show you Greg's presentation in August. He's done a lot of good work. We're working, Sue, as we talked about, we're working on a joint CCC and cohort meeting coming up in the fall. And Allison and Ariel were working to try and organize what they think would be a good fit and a good forum for that meeting. And then, as Ed said, we had a really brief Air Quality Management District meeting. And then I'm dealing with some Donner Summit issues. There's the road's been closed. The businesses are suffering. It's hard to get around up there. It's something we're grappling through, and it's if we can all hang on and work together for another month or so, it's going to be better and the road's going to open. But we're meeting out there tomorrow to talk a little bit with Donner Ski Ranch. And we're going to try and work with him, and hopefully he can talk to me about van life and how the van people can maybe work together on that issue. And that's all I have. Thanks for giving me the time.
No, that's great, Hardy. Dan? Oh, you already went. You started.
I've got some more to say. No.
I know, I just was checking. Oh, Heidi?
I'll keep mine short. I did also attend the Juneteenth picnic. It was great. It was a really good turnout, so I was excited to see that get started, and I'll continue to be involved with that. I also attended the Red Zone Affair. The John Pay family put on a spectacular fundraising event up at their property. Food, music, auction. They brought up NFL alumni to be part of the entertainment or just to be supportive. Met some very interesting people there. Really, they went all out. And I just want to express my gratitude to them for being so supportive in this community. This was a fundraiser for the Fire Safe Council, and while the Fire Safe Council did a very impassioned, interesting description of their work for the audience, they were completely unaware of where their funding came from. So when somebody said what the ask was, that their response was quite disappointing. So that did not please me, but that's where we are. I think those are the big events. I just want to make one plea to all of Nevada County to please pay attention to the bipartisan January 6th committee hearings that are happening even as we speak. This will be far more consequential even than the Watergate hearings in the 70s. It's important for the maintenance of our democracy that we all understand what was going on. And that's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Heidi. Well, I'm going to be short too, so we already just did this. I did Yuba cohort meeting. It was great. Again, some of the topics is always funny is we talk about toilets, that's huge, and parking lots and parking. And so those are kind of all the updates. So it's kind of fun to see that stuff moving forward. I think there's some headway and I think that's great. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but this week the river is cold. And so trying to keep that message out. It was hot during the day, but that water was icy cold. And could always keep thinking of our emergency responders that have to go out. So let's use our heads and make sure those little kidlets have those life jackets that we provide for free at the river crossings. And so stay safe out there with that. Again, the budget hearing, that was great to have that overview before we started and went to our budget hearing on Tuesday. I think it really will. I just am always impressed with the amount of work that the staff does and the amount of information that they bring to us to understand just exactly what these contracts are in our binders today and the work that's being done here. I think we can't say enough about the work being done in Nevada County with our agencies and our departments, whether it's from social services side, from that, that includes veteran services and behavior health, to the agriculture, what we do here in agriculture with our commissioner there, to roads. I mean, like we always look at, we have a lot of complaints about what we do with roads, but when you look where the funding comes in, how we have to use it. So there's just so much intricate stuff that goes into the budget, and I just want to appreciate everyone that did work on that. As if this passes this afternoon, it's kind of a great thing. And tons of meetings this week and complaints. I think we're going to meet with PG&E. Hopefully, we just have a lot of issues. Everyone's had power outages the last few days. It's been of a struggle. Pin Valley and Rough and Ready area just challenged with why and how come. So we're going to just have a meeting with that, a little bit of stuff with the PG&E debris that's around, especially as we're heading into fire. So we're just going to try and get some answer to that. And then I want to commend the community and the county staff for their activities in the community. We had folks that volunteer for the Yuba cohort or the Yuba South, the Circle, folks down there on the river. People that do that. You guys did the cleanup over here just at the trail. There's so many things that we do. And then the probation department and sheriff's department all did the Special Olympic torch run. I thought that was fantastic to see that happen here. And just like to say that it's amazing what this group here puts into our community, not just what you work here, but they love it and they live it here. So, and that was a great success for the first time being here, and we'll look forward to that coming back. And it was really exciting because I just met a lady from Smartville area, and her daughter participates in Special Olympics. So I thought that was really awesome that we got to be a part of that as well. And that's enough for me today. So with that, I would just have Kit's going to read us into our closed session.
Thank you, Chair Hook. So as stated on the agenda, we're going in for closed session on 3 items. The first is 0775. We're requesting a closed session to discuss the following existing litigation case, Andreessen versus Minnis et al. In the Nevada County Superior Court. And item number 0783, County Council is requesting a closed session with the Board of Supervisors to discuss one matter in which there's significant threat of litigation against the county. I'm sorry, that's the one that was pulled. Sorry, and then 0829, County Council is requesting a closed session to determine whether litigation should be initiated by the county in one matter. And then, sorry, 0834, Board of Supervisors desire to hold a closed session regarding real property negotiation. The negotiators are listed on the agenda as well as the name of the property, the address, and the APN.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, we're gonna go into closed session, and then I invite you all to come back for our afternoon session that will start at 1:30 PM, and that will be a public hearing. So with that, we'll go into closed session. Well, good afternoon. We're going to reconvene and from closed session. And Kit, could you read us back in, please?
Yes, starting with the SR 220834, the board met in closed session, and the board gave authority to the negotiators to negotiate and to purchase the property as listed in the agenda. With regard to items 0775 and 0829, direction was given to staff.
Okay, thank you, Kit. So with that, we're going to start our afternoon with a timed item, and I'm going to introduce Tyler Barrington, the senior planner. I'll let you introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Tyler Barrington, Principal Planner for the record. I have Kyle Smith, Associate Planner with us. He's the project planner, and he'll give you a presentation.
Great. Welcome, Kyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hook, supervisors, everybody else. Thank you for having me today. My name is Kyle Smith, and I am the project planner assigned to the 49er self-storage project in front of the board today. So for a little bit of background, the project site is located on Johnson Place, essentially in between the Johnson Place and Highway 49 rights-of-way. The subject parcel is approximately 4.7 acres in size and is zoned highway commercial. This was rezoned from neighborhood commercial C1 in 1996 to its current zoning designation, and has a general plan designation of highway commercial. This parcel is also located in the Alta Sierra Rural Center, and is currently developed with an existing auto repair facility on the southern portion of the parcel. It's that blue building that you see there. And I also want to point your attention to the encroachment that you see there just north of the existing auto repair facility. That is an unallowed encroachment to Highway 49 that will be obliterated as a condition of approval for this project pursuant to Caltrans 49, just making that section of roadway a little bit safer. So the project description includes 3 land use entitlements and environmental review. So the first entitlement is a zoning map amendment. It's a request from commercial highway to neighborhood commercial, CH to C1, to accommodate that proposed use of the self-storage facility. The project also includes a petition for exceptions to road standards to allow for a reduced easement width along Johnson Place from Alta Sierra Drive to the property entrance. And then also a conditional use permit to allow for the development and operation of the self-storage facility, and to formally permit the existing Alta Sierra Family Automotive that's on the remaining 1.2 acres of the site. This project includes environmental review pursuant to CEQA, and the planning department has prepared an initial study and mitigated negative declaration to analyze potential environmental impacts. And this project is in front of the board today following a 4-0 affirmative vote to recommend the Board of Supervisors take action to approve this project. So digging in a little bit deeper to some of these entitlements, the zoning map amendment from CH to C1 is included here, and the planning staff has concluded that this rezone would be consistent with the general plan. Because the land use element defines both of these zoning districts as compatible with the general plan designation. And again, in the 1995 general plan, this was originally zoned C1 and was rezoned following that in 1996. This rezone would also be compatible with neighboring land uses and zoning designations. Further, the lack of legal access to state Highway 49 and the limited access easement on Johnson Road further shows compatibility with the C1 zoning district. The petition for exception to road standards, as I mentioned earlier, is to allow for a reduced width along Johnson Place. Johnson Place is currently a 30-foot wide right-of-way that extends from Alta Sierra Drive to essentially the northern end of this parcel. The Nevada County Consolidated Fire District and Nevada County Department of Public Works concur that this petition should be granted because the applicant proposes to provide the same practical effect as that 50-foot wide easement through an additional 10-foot wide fuel modification easement from the neighboring parcel to the east, as shown in this image, kind of on the bottom portion of this image. And then also a 40-foot wide offer of dedication and fuel modification easement for Johnson Place along the subject parcel here, as shown on kind of the larger image on this screen. And condition of approval C1 from the Nevada County Department of Public Works requires the applicant to improve Johnson Place to the entrance to local Class 1 standards. And the third land use entitlement is the use permit. So this is a use permit to allow both the proposed self-storage facility as long as formally permit the existing automotive repair facility. The self-storage facility would include 17 permanent buildings and 7 essentially storage containers, encompassing 341 total units and approximately 35,300 square feet of rentable space. And it will include no on-site staff. The Alta Sierra Family Automotive has 3 automotive service bays, an office and storage spaces encompassing approximately 3,225 square feet, and currently operates Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The condition of approval A4 would limit the hours of operation for both of these operations to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Getting into the development, here's some images of the interior-facing building designs, or some of the interior-facing building designs. The buildings that are interior-facing will be architecturally unadorned, but consistent with the exterior-facing buildings. They will utilize charcoal-colored rib metal siding, the galvalume-colored rib metal roofing, and ash gray doors. I believe all of the supervisors have the color schemes there in front of them. And I want to note that condition of approval A5 has been included to be consistent with the Nevada County design guidelines, to require building design to utilize earth tones or soft muted colors. And mitigation measure 1B has been included to minimize reflectivity and glare from all building materials. This applies to the design, interior-facing buildings, exterior-facing buildings, and snow load coverage for the water tank that's located in this, or that would be located in the center of the site. So the exterior-facing building designs, as I said, are very similar to the interior-facing, using similar colors, except these will be architecturally adorned with the barn door type facades as shown in the image here, and false windows. The project also includes a proposal for a wall sign as shown here on building 17, essentially facing State Highway 49. And condition of approval A5 has also been included to limit the use of white on doors. Signage, so 3 signs were proposed in the southwest corner of the parcel facing State Highway 49. Although the Land Use and Development Code does not limit the number of allowed signs, multiple signs in the same location there could result in a cluttered aesthetic along Highway 49 and result in aesthetic impacts. Further, the Land Use and Development Code defines monument signs as the preferred signage. So Planning Commission and county staff have recommended condition of approval A6, requiring that the final sign plan be submitted with the development, or with the improvement permits showing only the monument and wall signs, and removing the potential pole sign or the proposed pole sign that was included in the project application. The self-storage facility includes 34 exterior wall-mounted LED lights for security purposes, and the Alta Sierra Family Automotive Facility has 2 existing pole lights and 6 existing exterior wall-mounted lights. Mitigation measure 1A has been included to minimize the impacts to aesthetic resources, including requirements for low-intensity lights that are downcast and shielded. Further condition of approval A6 has been included and modified by the Planning Commission to require dimmers and/or motion sensors for overnight security lighting. And to ensure that light trespass, or to prevent light trespass to neighboring properties. Further, again, mitigation measure 1B has been included to minimize reflectivity and glare from these building materials. So the preliminary landscaping plan for the project includes a number of new shade trees and shrubs, while also incorporating existing vegetation and trees on the property. The project proposes a 15-foot wide landscaping buffer along Highway 49, and this is in addition to the existing buffer within the Caltrans right-of-way. And then a 10-foot wide alternating landscape buffer along Johnson Place to provide screening to Johnson Place. Condition of approval A8 has been included to comply with the Land Use and Development Code and landscaping standards to ensure the landscaping plan is signed by a licensed land architect. Mitigation measure 4B has also been included here to ensure that fencing design is approved by a Nevada County pre-qualified biologist to ensure that impacts to deer populations and movement are minimized. At the applicant's request, earlier this morning and yesterday, the applicant and Department of Public Works and Planning Department worked together to provide some clarity to a couple of the conditions of approval. One is condition C11, modifying to state that in the event the applicant obtains solid waste and/or recycling service, the project as proposed does not include trash bins or solid waste bins, so they wouldn't necessarily need the screening that would be required by this condition. So we felt it prudent to offer clarity that in the event the applicant has trash cans on site, they would need to be screened and comply with the Land Use and Development Code. And then conditions C12A and 12B are just providing more detailed clarity to the easement requirements for the Johnson Place road width. So with this information, the project is a project pursuant to CEQA and subject to environmental review. Nevada County was the lead agency for developing the environmental documents and posted the initial study and mitigated negative declaration for a 31-day public review period from April 9th to May 9th, 2022. Comments were received from various state agencies and one individual during that review period. However, no substantial revisions were required that would require recirculation pursuant to CEQA and the CEQA guidelines. Potential impacts to environmental factors listed here were all mitigated to less than significant levels through the mitigation monitoring and reporting program in the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. So the proposed project is consistent with the general plan with the proposed general plan designation of highway commercial. As discussed, the rezone would be consistent with the surrounding area and would allow for both the existing auto facility and proposed storage facility to exist and operate on the site. And both of those land uses are compatible in the C1 district. Further, the proposed development reflects and supports the primarily residential character of Alta Sierra by providing a self-storage facility to the residential parcels nearby. And again, with the conditions of approval and mitigation measures as proposed, the project would also comply with the Western Nevada County Design Guidelines and the Community Design Standards in the Nevada County Land Use and Development Code. So with that, the Planning Commission on May 22nd voted 4-0 with one commissioner absent to recommend the Board of Supervisors take the following actions 1 through 3 as shown on the screen here, 1 environmental action and 2 project actions. And I would love to address any of your questions at this time.
Nice presentation. Thank you, Kyle. Okay, well, I'm going to open that up to my board members. Anybody want to start with, have any comments? You want to wait?
I just have one question.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Kyle, that section of Highway 49 on the east side where the project's going to be, don't we have a bank there?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Supervisor. There is a bank going kind of uphill. So many of those buildings, aside from, here, let me go back to the site plan.
They're not going to be seen.
Many of them will not be seen, aside from those buildings 15, 16, and 17.
Right.
Kind of that southern corner. But many of the buildings in the middle will not be seen, just due to topography of the site.
Yeah, and I was looking at the Planning Commission notes and erroneously stated that Highway 49 is a scenic corridor, which it is not.
That is correct. This section of Highway 49 is not a scenic corridor.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Heidi?
I have a couple of questions, mostly around one issue, but there's no one on site. There are no gates at the entrance, it sounds like. There are no trash cans, and I'm concerned about fire safety.
So for a couple of clarification points, and I'll allow the applicant to talk about the operations a little bit more, but there will be gated entry, although there will be no on-site staff. There will be key card or some type of gated entry. And all of the buildings and the storage containers will have alarms and additional fire suppression requirements that potentially our fire chief or the area could respond to. Believe that's all. I would look to the applicant to talk a little bit more about the operational questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we could do this at this time too, if anybody else has other questions. If the applicant wants to come up and if there's any questions direct to that, we can do that first, and then we'll go to public comment for the public hearing. Hey, Kevin. Okay, so maybe you can answer Heidi, what was that question that you had for that? Maybe he can answer that for you. Kevin Nelson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisors, thank you. I'll kind of run through some quick introductions and such here as well, and thank Kyle and staff for working with us on this project. Yeah, once again, my name is Kevin Nelson, Nelson Engineering, here representing the owner, Alex Bly, behind me to my right, and also with me this afternoon is Jessica Hankins, who some of you are familiar with, as she's my associate helping with the planning and project management of this project for us. Yeah, to answer Supervisors Hall's question real quickly. It is a gated, fully secured facility. There is a gated entry there. You can see just to the south of Building 10 right there. Yeah, that's a gated entry. It is a key card access facility. There is not an on-site person there. Kind of the new wave of mini storage is everything's done remotely through apps and everything on your computer and through your phone. The trash enclosure issue, I've done a number of these self-storage facilities now, and the ones that have trash enclosure, which are few now, they just become a dump site for all the tenants, and then the burden is on the owner to essentially go to the dump every week to dispose of their stuff, and just becomes unsightly for an overall site. And then regarding fire, this is a fully sprinklered and fire alarmed facility that is connected directly to Nevada County Consolidated Fire District for all the standard fire protection methods for the project. So hopefully that answers.
Yeah, that answers
those.
most of them. I guess the one with the trash, that's still a fire concern? If people have that much trash that they fill the bin, then what are they gonna do with it if there's no bin?
Well, it's their responsibility to take it with them, basically. It's kind of like going out in the woods. Don't leave your trash out in the woods. Hike it in and hike it out with you.
Right.
And
You haven't had problems with people just dumping on other, well, you.
on
your
other
engineer.
facilities?
Yeah.
No, it's
Okay.
become more problematic with the trash enclosures because as people clean out their units,
Yeah.
oh, I don't want this. Oh, there's a dumpster. Oh, throw it there. And most of the time they just leave it there. It becomes unsightly and creates more of a hazard and more of a problem in terms of fire. So we've found
Okay.
it to be more aesthetically pleasing and less of a hazard without the trash enclosures.
Thanks.
So just a question that goes with that maybe help clarify that. So we're talking about apps and how this is run. So it's going to be monitored correctly. So there's going to be like video.
Correct. There'll be camera
So people would be able to
facilities
see if somebody was dumping or what they were doing, that would all come back on them at some point, right? So this is all going to be monitored, just not in
and
person.
just not an on-site monitor personnel. And everything with, in terms of fire and other potential police contacts can all be done remotely as well.
Interesting, good. Hardy, you have a question?
Thank you. Is there any external boat or RV storage planned in the future for it?
Not external,
Okay.
no. Everything would be indoors, and
Inside a-
we have 7 smaller metal container structures, but all that is also enclosed.
And those are temporary?
Those are movable and considered temporary, and they're shown on the site plan as well. We have 7 of those scattered about.
Thanks.
All right, Ed, do you have any questions,
Well, I don't have any questions.
comments?
I know there was the one letter that came in from Little Valley Road. Is that going to be read in, Julie? The only thing on that letter, they questioned the water situation at the bottom of Alta Sierra Drive. Is that something that had to be addressed on this project?
Yes, Mr. Supervisor, I believe you're talking about the comments from Patricia Sharice Lawley.
Yes,
Yes, there were comments about potential drainage concerns. However, there are a number of conditions of approval included in the conditions of approval and mitigation monitoring reporting program requiring no additional off-site flows and to ensure that all stormwater and drainage facilities are maintained in perpetuity and have a legally binding mechanism to that effect.
And if I may, I'd like to add to that if I could. Yeah.
Pardon? What's that?
Yeah, I was going to talk about that a little bit further.
Sure.
But kind of got sidetracked on some other questions. And also wanted to thank Supervisor Schofield and Commissioner Duncan, who did come out to the site and was able to meet with us and walk the site. So we do thank you for that. We've worked with the neighborhood quite a bit on this project. We've even walked and canvassed and had conversations with almost all the neighbors, and the neighborhood watch groups out there. And one of the items was the drainage, and we did provide them information, and it is noted on the plans, our storm drain system will all be enclosed. We have a storm drain detention facility in the southern end of the project, as we're required to detain any increased flows from the site and release it in a pre-development flow, less than flow of the pre-development flows, and put it back into its natural drainage course, which does go down to the southern portion there, and then there's an open ditch along the backside of the pizza restaurant there that then goes into a 36-inch culvert that continues south, crosses out to Sierra Drive and back into the natural drainage ravine. And so our drainage facility will ensure that those flows are less than pre-development flows than what flows there now.
Okay, great. Dan? Okay, well, with that then, I'm just going to open this up. It's a public hearing, so I'll open up public comment. Is anybody here to speak on this today? Julie, is there anyone online?
We do have one caller online waiting.
Okay, let's go with the caller.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, we
Hi,
can.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, Matthew Coulter calling in. Currently, there's a out-of-control fire at Pilot Peak, and there's one at Bridgeport also. Planes are flying on both of them. And I'm concerned about evacuation routes, packing more stuff in, automation when power goes out, people being locked behind gates, and fire having to respond to let them out, which I hear constantly on the scanner from the other sites, other storages. And I've used storages for years, and none of them have ever had trash service as far as I've known. But yeah, it's concerning that we're just packing more stuff in along these corridors that we think we're going to improve and use as escape corridors during fires. I'm much concerned about that and concerned about the automation, because the way thievery is going on now, without somebody on site for the most basic of things, even an empty house. My friend's selling her house, and it's empty right now. And of course, it's been only empty for a week, and people are already have seen that and going into the yard and stealing things. So to have off-site, so that means Nevada County Sheriff is the one that's going to be guarding it and going there repeatedly. When your system fails and people go in there to steal stuff, sad state of affairs goes the fact of life that you really need an on-site manager. And over all the years of mini storage watching, because my dad tried to have mini storages built some, it was very, very difficult in Nevada County to do mini storages. If you look around, only people that own mini storages here, longtime club members pretty much. And it's unfortunate that we're going to put these industrial buildings all along the corridor of 49 all the way into Grass Valley. I just don't understand what the overall plan is for aesthetics, speaking of aesthetics, approaching Grass Valley. Thank you. I'm going to go look at this fire. Bye.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, do we have any written comments, Julie?
No written comments that we received.
Okay, nothing beyond what we had from planning. I'm going to ask one more time, is there anyone in the audience that'd like to do public comment? Okay, with that, I'm going to close this public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair.
Ed?
If I may, yes, we did meet with Mr. Bly, very educational. I think my initial thought was, more storage units, but following a good discussion, it was pretty much determined there truly is a big need for storage units in Nevada County. I think the berm that is there on Highway 49 is going to make this a less offensive project. I think the thought that Alex and Kevin has put into this, I think we're going to have a well-run operation out there. And I think that traffic, when you talk about traffic and evacuations, from what I understand, my understanding is the traffic would be very minimal very, very minimal. So I don't think that's an issue. In fact, the roads standard will be improved, so that's going to help that too. And I do want to say, it's greatly appreciated the time you do spend with the neighbors out there. I know what that was like when they get a development they don't want. And Little Valley Road is always a big issue. And I don't see where this is going to be impacting Little Valley at all. It's not one you're going to want to go down to Little Valley and around. You're probably going to come down to the light, make a left, and then come up Johnson Way. So I looked at it to see where there might be any issues. I think it was well handled between the applicant and the planning and department, and I look forward to a successful project out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Hardy?
I don't have any comments or questions. I reviewed all the material, and I had a couple of questions I kind of answered myself here looking at the site plan, and I had questions again about comments. It doesn't seem like there was a lot of energy coming from the community. It would be to the south that I thought of on Little Valley. Yeah, nothing more for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Hardy. Heidi, do you have anything else? Any other questions?
I guess, not really. I mean, maybe this is minor, but is there going to be a backup generator for the gates? Because because there is this constant power outage we're experiencing now. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know how much you wanted us to reply to Matt's comments online. But yeah, there will be a backup generator for the facility. And as Supervisor Schofield noted, traffic for these type of facilities is very minimal. So it's not like you're going to be trying to evacuate tens or hundreds. There might be one or two people in there loading or unloading some storage materials, but it's a fairly minimal amount of traffic.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Oh, thanks, Heidi. Well, Kevin, since there were a couple other questions Matthew asked, if you wanted to address those.
Yeah, I think the only thing,
I think there was one more that was really significant.
yeah, I had, it's a fully secured facility, the evacuation concerns and losing power. And so was there
Yeah, I think that was,
something
I
else?
think that was, yeah, that was
That's
good.
what I had noted.
Yeah, okay.
So I thought.
And I think you're kind of looking at that. You're going to have the visual going on out there. You're going to have a generator.
Yes.
Fire's been out and gone all over this with you. So even the containers, are the containers, do they have to be sprinklered?
No, those don't, because those are a small size. They're 8 by 20s, if I'm correct. Yeah, they're just small individual units and fully contained metal structures, so.
Okay. Yeah. So I know this is, it's gonna, we think about storage, but try and find one. They're usually fairly full and a
They're
waiting
fairly
list.
Full and.
So it's really interesting project. I like the fact that we're gonna get rid of that easement off of 49. I think that's a big one right there. I really think that's a huge safety issue. So that's another big plus for this. Dan, did you have any more questions? No? Okay. Well, I gotta tell you, this is a very good presentation. Thank you, and I appreciate you being here. And let's just move right along with this. We've closed, let's see. Let's go to A here, and we will just look at this going on. We'll, I'll
You want a motion?
Motion for the first resolution for the mitigated negative deck.
So moved.
Second?
Been moved in second. Julie, could you call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, our second one we'll do here is, we're going to introduce and waive further reading and adopt the ordinance amending the zoning district map.
So moved.
Moved?
Second.
Seconded. Julie, could call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Then we'll go to, I'll call for a motion for a resolution approving the petition for exceptions to road standards.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Well, perfect. That went well. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck on your project. I'll be excited to see it go. Love the colors you picked out. I think they'll be really aesthetic to the area. It's going to look good.
Thank you so much.
Would you like your maps back?
Well,
so
you can have these
reuse
maps back if you need them.
Oh, yeah, you do want these back.
Well, with that, thank you. We'll move on to item number 67. And Mike Dent's here, our housing director, as well as I see Ryan Groover and Brendan Phillips. So I'll let you take it away. Mike Dent, or who wants to start? Ryan, who wants to be first?
I'll go ahead and kick us off here. And the first thing I'd like to do is actually, if it's okay with the chair, kick it over to Supervisor Hall to introduce this item. I believe she has some comments she'd like to make, and want to recognize the leadership of bringing, escalating the issue of homelessness to a board priority and all the advocacy since that time. And yeah.
Well, great, Heidi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ryan. And I'm honored to help kick this off, and I'm looking forward to this presentation, which I know is comprehensive and excellent. I think, want to help lay out the context for all of us that homelessness continues to be a crisis in the whole state, that there are a lot of things about that that are out of our control at the county level. Permanent housing is the bottom line. We need more permanent housing. Without permanent housing, we're going to continue to struggle with how to intermittently and transitionally house people, provide services, find them a final place to stay, and provide the wraparound services that they're going to need. So I think given that, we have from the smallest counties to the largest counties, they're continuing to struggle with this. Given that, I know that this county has really stepped up, has been very successful at getting grants and funds, have been willing to, with Phoebe providing leadership at the state level, and with us being willing to be bold and start on the projects that are suggested and not waiting for other people to do it first, we've really taken a stand to try to resolve this issue as best as possible. And I just want to note also that I know that our group has spent a lot of time trying to get the data right so that we can better assess where the gaps are and address the gaps instead of willy-nilly just doing whatever. And that means that's a double-edged sword. So I believe we're going to hear that we have a better assessment of the homeless population here. But if it's better assessment and more accurate, it might actually show more homeless. We might have a better handle on exactly who's out there. So I just want us to be mindful of that. And then also just to acknowledge the incredible work that you all have done, given that the state does not have a homeless program. It does not, like many of the programs we have where there is a program and dedicated funding to that program and regulatory guardrails, none of that exists. So all of the counties are having to scramble and pull from multiple different places and pitch something together that makes sense. And so I'm excited that we have a homeless plan that attempts to do that on a county scale, and that was started even before the state required it. And so we'll hear that we had to pause a little bit just to catch up to their requirements. But this county has really been a leader in the state on homelessness in terms of all the things we've been willing to step out and do. And so I just want to give lots of kudos to the group for that and some understanding for the rest of us that there still are gaps. And I hope we will continue to be bold and move forward to figure out those gaps and find a way to resolve them. So thank you for letting me grandstand a little bit.
Heidi, that was a good grandstand. It led it right into the, again, 501Cs and our partners. This is how we're going to make this happen. And I know you sit on a couple of those boards or commissions for behavioral health. So thank you for doing that, Heidi, and bringing that forward. Okay, with that, I'm going to send it back to you, Mr. Groover.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Director. I have with me today Brendan Phillips, our Program Manager for Housing and Homeless Services, Mike Dent, the Director of Child Support and Housing and Community Services, and Jennifer Singer, who is the Executive Director of the Bright Futures for Youth and the current COC Chair. And the plan that's before you today is a joint plan of the county and the continuum of care. And we also have others that are joining online. Phoebe Bell was a key part of developing this. Supervisor Hall referenced her leadership at the state level. She's actually traveling down to the State Assembly to testify on the Care Court proposal right now, so she couldn't be with us. Rachel Roos was also a key part of developing this, and many other people played a key role in it as well. The presentation today, we're going to start off with a little bit of a timeline on our efforts to address homelessness, sort of where we've been, then jump into the plan. Part of that is the required elements of from the state around the plan, or a landscape analysis where we'll look a little bit at the data, and then jump into what's in the plan that is being presented to you today, including some state required elements. So first of all, this is not a comprehensive list, but I just wanted to call out some of the key things that have happened along this journey. So first and foremost, the board prioritizing homelessness. Supervisor Hall referenced that there's not a state established program as there is with something like CalFresh or some of these programs. It's something that there are 58 counties, 58 different approaches, and the board elevating it as a priority really is what spurred a lot of the action that you're going to hear about. One of the first things we did was, sorry, I went too fast, hire a housing resource manager, and Mr. Brendan Phillips, and I just want to take a moment to shout out to the incredible creative force that he's brought to these efforts over the years. So much of what we've accomplished has sprung from his mind and his career that's dedicated to this work. So just real shout out to Brendan. We also undertook realignment of programs, so giving Mike the additional duty on top of child support of being over housing and leaning into the housing development and homeless programs in a real way. We joined Built for Zero and really started working on cleaning up our coordinated entry system. That's what Supervisor Hall referenced in terms of moving to more actionable, workable data. That was a key step where we started aspiring early on to clean up our coordinated entry system and get to usable data, and we have progress to report on that front. We partner with local providers to implement bridge housing within the community and to expand shelter. So we added beds to the Hospitality House shelter for low barrier and recuperative care. We partnered with Nevada City and with the town of Truckee on extreme weather sheltering for our homeless residents in the most dire weather circumstances. We've expanded local treatment options on the residential front, including Boast House, which we vastly increased the number of beds available for substance use treatment. We recently finished remodeling of the Odyssey House, and behavioral health, working with Common Goals Granite Wellness, has vastly expanded what was formerly known as transitional housing, now called recovery residents. And then Brunswick Commons. Those were all big, and lest I forget, the home team. So we went to the state and advocated for an MHSA innovation program around our street outreach team, the homeless outreach and medical engagement team, which brings sort of that outreach component. So we meet people where they are on the street, we connect them with temporary shelter, and we've also focused on development of housing. And so we have a full spectrum of programs that were developed. And then all that happened really before we even consolidated everything into a single homeless plan, which came to you, I believe, in 2020. And then since then, we've made other significant advances. We cleaned up the by name list. We've implemented a landlord liaison program, hearing feedback that people will be placed and there will be issues, and we know that we need to be there for people, both recruit landlords and be there on the back end when things don't go well. We implemented a hearth model where we navigate people out of the woods into a non-congregate shelter environment and work on navigation strategies to get them into long-term housing. And we'll talk a little bit more later on about HRT, the HEART model, using the various providers to come together around the homeless data and really work the list and bring a variety of services to the individuals who are experiencing homelessness. And my screen went away. Right. COVID sheltering, another major highlight. The COVID pandemic has resulted in additional funding for sheltering, and we'll see when we get to the numbers that we've been able to significantly expand our, sorry. It went away and then it came back when I touched it. So COVID sheltering, we've significantly expanded the number of people that we're able to shelter. And then HomeKey, we were able to use HomeKey funding to actually purchase and renovate a motel in Grass Valley that had fallen into disrepair and is now going to be permanent housing for some of our citizens. And then a vets campaign, and I have a little video for you a little bit later on, but we worked with Built for Zero on a last mile campaign to end veterans homelessness in Nevada County, and we have made exciting progress there as well. Truckee is a great example of the combination of housing, homeless services, and bringing on affordable housing. So we mentioned in the board workshop, in bringing on that housing, we were able to have the homeless population in Truckee, and that's really a model that we need to, that we're on the cusp of bringing to Western County as well. And then what's before you today is what we call phase 2 of our homeless plan, which incorporates required elements from the state, but we were already well in progress of creating a plan when those requirements came out. So that was the last 5 years in I don't know, 3 minutes. So I know that was a lot. But I just wanted to dig a little bit deeper on a couple of the accomplishments. And the first one are the Home Team and HEART. So the Home Team is an MHSA innovation project that brings a street outreach team that combines medical expertise in the form of a nurse, as well as substance use counseling and peer support and other resources to meet people where they are and help them navigate into treatment. You have some statistics up there in terms of what they're able to do. And we have a lot of lessons learned from the Home Team. And that's part of what MHSA Innovation is about. It's about bringing a program, learning from it, and building lasting strategies. And we're excited about where that's going in the next phase of the plan. And then the homeless resource team. So I mentioned that with coordinated entry list being clean, we're bringing providers together to really bring navigation strategies and coordinated services to people. And Brendan, I don't know if you can just fill in a little bit what HEART is all about.
The Housing Resource Team is a multidisciplinary team. It was a best practice identified through Built for Zero, which we implemented in 2020 and have been perfecting utilizing the team. It's 26 providers across 3 subpopulations right now. So we meet weekly to talk about the people on our list of people experiencing chronic homelessness, weekly to talk about veterans, and weekly to talk about families. So of those 26 providers, of course, you don't need all the providers from each of those subpopulations. Sometimes there's people who are eligible for services, and so family services come to the family case conferencing. And so it's a way of sort of bifurcating the populations out and looking at the list not as a total number of people, overwhelming number of people potentially, but rather the subpopulations. And when we work with those populations, we focus extremely like lasers on housing. What are the barriers to housing, and how are we going to move people from unsheltered or sheltered homelessness into a housing project? So all those providers are focused on that exact measure. What are we going to do to get them housed? I'll tell you the one thing that really gets people going is at the very beginning when we're working on the list, we identify someone, we set a target move-in date. Doesn't matter, I'm not telling people this is your feet to the fire here. I'm saying we are gonna move this person in, and when do you think they're gonna move in? And then we reverse engineer every step we're gonna take to get to that date. Sometimes the dates get pushed on, but it's a way to ignite a sense of urgency for everyone on the team. That's the HRT.
Great strategy that we'll be definitely continuing and expanding upon in the next phase of the plan. I'd like to invite Mike Dent to talk to us a little bit about the expanded sheltering that he spent so many of his weekends implementing.
The little blue truck I drive is also the transport vehicle for the warming shelter. So greetings, Mike Dent, Director of Child Support, Housing and Community Services. Thank you, Board, for having us.
These are some efforts we've done to temporarily house folks. The extreme weather shelters, you know, North San Juan's a tight community, very tight community. They've been taking care of their own for years and years and years. I remember there was a moment where I was like, oh, there's a shelter up there, and they have a standard. I think Brendan connected me, we connected with the folks that run it. Now they have a license to enter people into HMIS, so we can actually validate the numbers up there and count them. The effort's been going on, but now we can actually harness that effort and put people together with services. Truckee was another one. I think we were given $10,000 a year to help offset the costs. Placer was doing the same. And good old Kathy Foley was just working hard up there day in, day out. Now we've had them align with AMI Housing as a fiscal agent. Both Placer and Nevada have spent some of our COVID money and ongoing emergency services grant money to really supercharge the effort up there with Kathy and her team, and we're seeing a lot of progress that way. Nevada City was our ongoing extreme weather shelter, continue to develop our provider, Sierra Roots, and have a very smooth process for activating based on weather. And then even beyond that, if there's a red flag warning, or as we saw in December and January, the sheltering, even though we weren't hitting triggers, it was such an event that they agreed to stay open to help the community. Those things with extreme weather have come a long way. As Ryan also mentioned earlier, our partnership with Hospitality House is invaluable. You know, they are our shelter in the western side. We've been able to expand the low barrier shelters and the medical respite. I think medical respite's on year 4 now. That's given a place for people that are being discharged from the hospital to heal without going back out on the streets. And most recently, your board approved the non-congregate partnership for up to 20 beds with Sierra Guest House. COVID sheltering, the numbers kind of speak to themselves. Hundreds of people helped. That trailer there, you know, there was 9 of them all together. 5 of them are living a second life right now with Freed, Center for Independent Living, who are utilizing them for housing for their clients. The other 4 went to needs within the county. But yeah, I mean, just those trailers, you know, 647 bed nights. That's a lot of nights. When these are people that were averaging about 14-day stays while they healed from their COVID exposure or after they've been released with nowhere to go. So the next slide, thanks.
And I would just call out with the COVID, with the protecting vulnerable individuals, when we had people that couldn't quarantine in place because they were somewhere like Hospitality House or another congregate setting, Mike would set up the trailer and they would sometimes live in those trailers during their quarantine. And shout out to social services to provide the food and other supports to people while they were in those locations, because they burned the midnight oil sometimes to make that happen for people as well.
And then that's a picture from Thursday at Brunswick Commons. They got the playground in and landscapes in, and it's getting close. All they need is a PG&E Connect. So this is more the long-term or permanent housing. Those projects, you've been exposed to them many, many times. You know, it's about, once we get Keshen's finished in, you know, late this year, January or February when they get done, about 220 units of affordable housing have been added just in the last 4 years. So we're heading the right direction with your support and continue to effort to move the needle and create more housing on the lower end of the spectrum. And then next slide is, so Built for Zero, we've spoken about it, we'll speak about it some more, but it's really given us the strength to understand our information. This is a nationwide effort. One of the first campaigns is always to end veterans' homelessness because the numbers are manageable and we can get to a functional zero. So we have a short video that they helped us put together that kind of explains the overflight of the effort in the past 10 months.
This works. This is the first time I've ever tried to play a video in here.
I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I served honorably for 5 years, and when I got out, I had my own trials and tribulations like most veterans do, and about a year after I got out, I found myself homeless myself. I know what it's like to miss a meal. I know what it's like to have people look down on you, think that you're less than who you are. I do have a personal touch with helping people that live on the streets and helping them get into a better environment.
each homeless person and each person has their own set of circumstances. They're complex, their histories are complex, their backgrounds. There is no one size fits all.
Joining Built for Zero was about understanding what the data was telling us so that we could best align our systems to take advantage of all this new incoming information to make sure we could shorten the time people spend homeless and to get people off the street quicker.
Being able to know everybody by name and being able to have 8 agencies working together on a weekly basis to find how the resources that they have can pull together to positively impact just that one person. It's a unique approach.
We all know more intimately who everyone else is working with. We know the needs those people have and the barriers they face. So it's a more connected system, and it's bearing fruit.
You never know how quickly things can change. That's what got me, technically homeless, I guess. Life takes you down different paths, and that's the path I got stuck on. I didn't ask for it. This is the first time in years I've got a feeling of security. My social worker here, I owe him a lot of gratitude, and I thank him very much. He's a good man. He's very much aware of what's available and how to make it work. And that's how I wound up here.
We're in the last mile of reaching functional zero to end veterans' homelessness.
When you all have a goal and we're all in agreement that at the end of the day, we're here to move people into housing and we're here to help our veterans, you just have to keep your eye on the goal.
My fear had always been that data would start to dehumanize or, move the faces of the people we're working with to the side so that we could look at the numbers. We housed another one, woo! I couldn't say more that is further from the truth. The data has really driven a lot more humanity in our system as well.
We need people to feel safe. And putting somebody in a home, giving them the basic needs of life is only going to make their lives better and make your community better. The more time and equity you build in your community, the stronger your community is going to be and happier you are going to be.
We just cannot wait till we get these 2 projects done. We have other veterans patiently waiting to be housed. Brunswick Commons and Empire Mines Courtyard.
Yeah, so that project's very exciting to me, and really going back, 5 years now, when Brendan first started talking about coordinated entry before I really knew what that meant. It seems like, data and sort of esoteric, but then as we've gotten a clean by name list, that shows how that translates into real action. With Built for Zero getting to this point and having clean data, we can undertake additional campaigns. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward, but wanted to share that video with the board. Not sure that all of you have seen that yet. So I wanted to spend just a brief moment sort of talking a little bit about the challenge of homelessness and sort of what we're dealing with here. And I don't want to get, what I want to do is be sort of realistic about what we're doing with a service-based approach to homelessness. There are many factors that contribute to homelessness, and some of them, frankly, in the last year or so have been getting worse, not better. I have some of them listed here: a poor social safety net, challenges in the healthcare system. We find in our data that many of our homeless people have experienced abuse or domestic violence in their past. Social and economic disparities are a key driver. Substance use disorder is something that many people identify. There's a high level of criminal justice involved in being on the street, and the activities of daily living when they're conducted on the street result in engagement with criminal justice in a way that for the housed people does not occur. But One of the key pieces is lack of affordable housing, and we are in a housing crisis in California and in Nevada County, and ultimately people are homeless because they don't have a home. And so I just want to be super clear as we dive into the data that shelter and service approaches really shorten the duration and lessen the severity of homeless. They don't address those root causes. And when we talk about something like achieving functional zero, what we're really talking about is getting down to a level where we have equilibrium with the people that are coming into the system and the resources that we have available to get them out. But ultimately, you know, there are some broken rungs on that staircase, and we're the people at the bottom of the staircase with casts, and you know, putting people in bandages and wondering why there are people showing up with broken legs. It's not because we're not putting casts on fast enough. It's because these contributors are out there. And so with that sort of framing, I do want to get into the landscape analysis, which is a component, sorry, my phone's ringing here. Which is a component of the required state plan to address homelessness. There are two main sources of data in the community. The PIT, the point-in-time count. Point-in-time count is flawed as a measure, but useful information on demographics and more. It's also a requirement of HUD. It's basically you count everybody you can on a single day. That provides a lot of great information in terms of where people are, what people have experienced, the kinds of needs they have, demographics and things like that. It's also connected to HUD funding allocations and things of that nature, but it's not workable data. And that's where we've put in so much work to getting to coordinated entry, to getting a clean list, and it's better, more workable data. And we have both of those things to present today. And then Built for Zero, which we've already mentioned, takes that coordinated entry data and really brings that, quote unquote, working the list to bear. So this is a little bit of a preview of the preliminary 2022 point-in-time data. It's not been officially blessed by HUD yet, much less released by HUD. But later this week, the Homeless Resource Council of the Sierra is going to release this information. But you can see on the right the apples-to-apples comparison between the two PIT counts. The ones that occurred between 2019 and 2021. One of them was just a count of people that were residing in shelter, and the other, due to COVID, was conducted in a different way. It used point-in-time count, but also coordinated entry, and it's really not a comparable count. The two that were conducted in the same way are 2019 and 2022, and you can see what's happened between now and then. You can see on the first line the extraordinary uptick in shelter, and that's a huge win. We're sheltering a much larger number of people than we were in 2019. You can also see it's a very slight decrease in unsheltered. That's caused by the overall increase in the number of people that we were able to count. And then this is a subset of the data, which is why it's called out separately. We've seen an increase between 2019 and 2022 in terms of people that are identifying that they're homeless for the first time. More people coming into the system where we're building all these interventions and strategies. Some takeaways from this data. One, we're much better at counting. Having people in shelter and having the home team out there means that we're getting to people that in earlier years would not have been counted. We've also brought additional strategies online to try to identify more people. We did a youth count this year in coordination with youth service providers and schools that identified 85 people that otherwise would not have been identified. And then, as mentioned, 200 first-time homeless are showing up in the count. 74% increase in sheltered, as already mentioned. We've brought more treatment and housing to bear, and so more people are in those resources, but still counted as homeless. And then we have more people as we butt up against lack of housing resources to place people in when they're sitting in these resources that are classified as chronically homeless. Some COVID impacts to call out in here as well. We've had more funding to expand shelter, which is obvious in the data there, and then more people becoming homeless for the first time. The pit is very useful. Like I said, it's a one-time count. We do everything we can to count as many people as possible because we want as accurate a count as possible, and it comes with additional funding if our numbers are higher. What it does really well is sort of identify demographics, and you've seen versions of this from previous pit counts. You can see the vast majority of people who are counted have been in our county for a long time. They haven't been here, they didn't just arrive, and the reasons they stay tend to be because of family connections, they're already from here, or because of the community. So the other main source of data, and the source that we've been moving towards over the last 5 years, is a coordinated entry system. And the number that you see up here, this is the number of people that have entered the system and engaged in a service. So not somebody that just called because they were on the cusp, somebody who is actually actively homeless and got onto the list to be connected with services and supports. So you can see how that's gone down somewhat as we sort of cleaned up the list, and then you can see the number ticking up a little bit. And really, we want to get as many people. Our goal is to not have as many homeless people, but we want as many as there are out there on this list as we can possibly get. And so we're very aggressive with our providers in trying to get people on the list. And it has resulted in an active, workable homeless list. So now, rather than having numbers every 2 years, we have monthly data on our number of homeless individuals, and that translates into those strategies around with HEART and case conferencing and things like that that we've talked about. And then, don't want to spend a lot of time rehashing what we've already talked about on Built for Zero, but really we're going to get more and more information on how many new people there are coming into the system on a real-time basis, how many there are actively homeless, and then how many are being able to exit the system, so we can identify those bottlenecks and things that are both contributing and prevent people becoming homeless and preventing people from exiting the system. So the plan that you have in more detail also includes a detailed list of the various funding that's been available for homelessness and housing. So you can see state, and this is inclusive of all the funding that's flowed through. The stuff that was going through the COC for previously ESG and other funding sources that supported the shelter and other providers, the expanded funding over the last several years as the state has prioritized, and then additionally the expanded COVID funding. All of that is represented in these charts. It also, well, I wanted to call out here that we've been very aggressive about trying to bring in federal and state funding to address these issues. Only 7% of this funding is local sources. The vast, vast majority of it is coming from state and federal programs and grants. So landscape analysis, moving on to the actual substance of the phase 2 of the homeless plan, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the process. So we began updating and developing phase 2 of the homeless plan after the 2021 board workshop. That involved engaging stakeholders on gap analysis. So we sort of split apart the plan, and our departments went out and worked with community providers that work in the various areas to come up with a shared understanding of where the gaps are. And then we were beginning the work with the COC around strategic alignment, making sure that we had that shared vision with the COC, so that as all that funding comes down, there's alignment around where the gaps are. So it's not just providers taking a piece to do sort of what they're already doing. We're being strategic in how that's being used. And that's a key component of bringing this plan that encompasses both county efforts and COC efforts. The state then came out with requirements that more or less aligned with what we were already doing. So those requirements involved gap analysis and alignment with COC. So we paused development of the plan while we incorporated those state requirements. We worked with the state on metrics and required elements, coordinated with the COC. So the COC has already seen the plan that's before you today. We posted it publicly, and then the next step where we are today is for the board to receive the report and for the public to be able to make comment. And then the final step, which will happen hopefully later this week, is to submit to the state. And that, so we look at the plan, since it's phase 2 of what we already had in place, as our sort of working document for how we're going forward to address this. But we also have this requirement to submit a plan to the state that will open up future funding for the county. So a little bit more in terms of the substance in the plan. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mike. The first section is the gap analysis, and this is just highlights here within each of these.
Thank you, Chair Hook and the board. I'll go through some of the gap analysis here. So the first gap that we'd identified in the plan was that our coordinated entry system wasn't set up to quickly identify people who are first-time homeless. When people come into the system, we're focused really on our chronic homeless populations, on the people that are really in the purview of our outreach teams sitting there. We know where they're at. When people have these distressing issues and need to get some services, and they're calling 211 and they're saying, I'm a week away from being homeless, that's not necessarily getting on our list. So we need to identify a pool and a process for making sure people who are on the verge are prevented from becoming homeless. Second to that feature also is understanding that preventing young people from becoming homeless means preventing young people from becoming the future chronically homeless people. We know when people are young, going through these processes can be more traumatizing. So we have to intervene early and prevent them from becoming chronic homeless, and moreover, prevent them from entering the adult homeless system. We don't want to send an 18-year-old to an emergency shelter. We have to have other processes in place. So prevention and diversion are key. Outreach and supportive services, one of the things we've identified and have identified in previous parts of the plan is, we don't have a place for people to be during the day and access services, a centralized a place that people know they can go, that can store belongings to make sure that they don't get their IDs stolen at night, so we don't have to redo that. All these other things and elements that go into providing a centralized place for people to be during the day, that's another big gap. And finally, before I turn it over to Mike on the last two, we recognize that COVID provided us a great opportunity to boost our shelter inventory, and we did that through non-congregate sheltering. And a lot of the people we served in those hotels, we permanently housed, and we got them out of the system. And it took longer to keep people in stable places than sometimes we'd hoped, but we still kept them and made them get the housing that they needed, helped them get the housing they needed. So we've estimated that the challenge and the gap is going to be that funding goes away. How do we continue to maintain a higher level of shelter for the people that need it, knowing that it works better than keeping them unsheltered? So we estimate about 100 beds of interim year-round shelter are needed to meet the need. And so that's a gap, and and that includes Eastern County and potential operations year-round in Eastern County where there might be a need as well. So that's another gap.
Yeah. So the increasing housing stock, we've heard this several times, and we saw it happen up in Truckee when they opened up their 3 brand-new housing projects. They all had affordable units in them, and we saw the homeless population, over about 50% of them get housed up there because there was this influx of availability. We're on the cusp of that down here also with our projects, because we are usually I've said it before, about 3 years behind where Truckee was with developing their affordable housing. So we're on the edge of that. That's really good. But you need a place for people to go. You talk to Nancy Baglietto, and people are spooled up in her facility for months trying to find a house to go to. And then supporting them once they get into there. That's the collaboration in communications, supporting them where they go to make sure that they can stay housed, that they don't derail in a few months, that there's communication if there are landlords and support for landlords. That's an important thing. Also collaborating with the COC and the continuum of care. I mean, we've got Jennifer here. I also sit on the COC. We both sit on the HERCS board, which is the collaborative applicant for both Nevada and Placer County. So we're trying really hard to keep communication and keep our vision shared, as this plan is an example of.
And then moving from the gaps to the actual strategies, and maybe we can cover this fairly quickly because the full details are in the packet for the board, and we'll have time for questions.
So the number one, I think I touched on them in the gaps analysis, but the number one process we're going to work on for our prevention and diversion is increasing the availability of rental and mortgage assistance funding to make sure people don't slip into homelessness. And when I say that, I really want to point out that it needs to be very flexible funding. When we traditionally get grant sources through tenant-based rental assistance programs, home, all that sort of stuff, there's so many hurdles, so many income requirements. How do you use and apply those funds when someone's 2 weeks away, when the application process takes 2 months? We need something flexible that sits at the forefront that says, okay, we're going to bridge a gap so that we can get behind what's going on so that you don't enter the system. So it's really in line with Built for Zero, reduce inflow, in order to get a handle on our active homeless population and move people quicker into housing, we need to make sure we're not creating more homeless people up front. So that's one piece. And then the second objective really speaks to that part that I highlighted about we have young people in the system more than ever. Well, we know more now that there are more than we thought, I should say, because we counted them and actively went out to find them. And this is a really important piece that we need to design programs that are separate for young people that don't, bring them into an adult homeless response system. And so we have to really work on doing that, and that includes really going upstream and thinking about what does early onset mental health issues look like for people in these situations, particularly families experiencing homelessness and the children in those families. And we're going to need to make sure that that's a system that's preventing and diverting those kids by identifying early those features and moving them into supportive care earlier, preventing them from becoming homeless in the first place. Outreach and supportive services. So this is really about reducing the time spent homeless and the people who return to homelessness. So our two main planks here are we really want to continue to support and strengthen outreach and engagement. And we have great news around our CalAIM, our enhanced case management, care management teams, other things that we're getting in the state is helping fund and find sustainable funding for. So that's a real feature of this part, is just to continue building that team and making sure it's got all the resources it needs to quickly identify people and move them into the system. The second part is really that post-housing case management. It's been a glaring gap in our system, and we were fortunate enough to receive a competitive grant to begin the process of hiring a team of people dedicated to ensuring people stay housed when they are housed. And that, that's regular checkups. It's commonly cited that almost all people who've experienced homelessness at some point need up to 2 years of check-in, of community building, of sustaining that ability to connect with them so that they don't fall back into homelessness. And so we really need to plug that hole, and we worked really hard to do that. When we talk about expanding shelter capacity, increasing capacity, we're not just talking about beds, like actual beds. We're also talking about how do we make sure that people entering the shelter don't stay longer than a certain period of time? When we have people who are in the shelter for years and years, they probably are stable enough to move into an interim setting that is better suited for independent living instead of continuing to treat them in an emergency shelter setting. So capacity is both leveraged through finding new places, non-congregate settings, and other avenues, and also making sure we have a program in place to identify highly stable people who only lack a unit, and then moving them out of the emergency shelter and building that capacity at the shelter to take new unsheltered people more regularly. So that's a kind of a systematic approach to addressing shelter capacity. And so C2 feeds in from off of C1, which is to say we really need to continue to invest in what I think works, which we have shown since 2020 and the onset of the pandemic, that when we have non-congregate interim-based settings for people, places where people can keep their pets, places where people can get access as a couple or as a family, then we can do better at serving them and making their homelessness shorter and less frequent. So we can do those things through non-congregate navigation-based interim housing options. So those are the main elements of those parts of the plan. Now,
and with D, I've said, I'm repeating myself, but basically continue to facilitate affordable housing projects regarding affordable units and also supportive housing, also giving the landlords the support they need to keep people housed through good support with the renters and helping people get into housing that they may not be able to afford. And the E is collaborate, as I mentioned before, collaborate with system-wide, with the COC, all of our providers, also while strengthening the multidisciplinary case conferencing that Brendan has started with the HRT and other subgroups that we have. We have a veterans case conferencing. We're looking to start a youth case conferencing, and also families is another area we want to focus on.
So the homeless plan itself does not distinguish between regions of the county, but I just wanted to call out that the plan, that Truckee does have some unique needs and gaps compared to Western County. Truckee has a proportionally smaller homeless population. The homeless population in the PIT data represents 6% of the total homeless population versus the almost 20% of the total county population. there. Truckee also has some unique successes and strategies in place. And then partnership with Placer is a key element up there, where homelessness is really addressed as a region, and we work with regional providers in the Tahoe-Truckee region. Some gaps that exist in Eastern County, and specifically day resources and opportunities for people to engage outside of the evening. Dedicated shelter beds, treatment modes that are difficult to scale for low populations. So we have a lot more options in terms of residential settings and other treatment down here, where we have more people to support the economic model of it. And something that I find fascinating and alarming, but we have a number of people that have been identified who are homeless and are working, and they don't qualify for services. They have enough income to not qualify for any of our services, but they don't have enough income to afford a place to live. Some goals and objectives to address some of those strategies. So we're going to continue to coordinate on expansion of outreach programs with Placer and COC. We are going to try to sustain a lot of the great work that Jasmine, our program manager up in Truckee, has been doing with homeless providers to sustain some of the new services that have been brought on board with COVID and other funding. We have been adding staff and contractors to increase services in the Truckee area, including substance use, behavioral health staffing, and mental health treatment staff. We want to expand the options for drop-in centers, and then the post-housing supports. This has been a key area since people have been placed in the housing that's come online in Truckee, is being able to be there and support people's complex needs as they come together off the street. Those issues are much less when people are housed than they are when they're not housed, but we need to be there and be good partners with the city and the local PD and the housing managers. And we have some lessons learned in what we're trying to build in Truckee as we bring Brunswick Commons online and some of these resources down here, that it doesn't end when we get them in houses. And we've seen that. We've talked about that previously with the post-housing support grant that we received and other things. But that's going on in Truckee right now, and that's going to be going on in Western County very soon as well. This slide, I don't want to dwell on it too much. One of the state required elements was for us to come up with, where the state has required metrics out of our coordinated entry data and our point-in-time data. Brendan and Angela Masker, who's here today, worked very hard with the state to come up with metrics and targets out of that data. And Brendan, maybe you can talk us through a little bit. Some of them are a little bit confusing.
Yeah, so the state pulls data from the coordinated entry system, and they call it their HDIS, which is the Homeless Data Integration System. It's got a great website, and you can go onto that website and find Nevada County and do a lot of different searches and look at different demographic information if you're interested. But that HDIS information, they took it 2020, and they looked back at 2018 and 2019 and 2020, and they said, this is the base. They gave us a number, a baseline for each of the metrics that we would have to incorporate into our plan. And so we looked at all of those different baselines, and we found that we had some bright points and we had some down points. So we really aligned the plan to focus on where we were seeing the gaps that data was telling us. I think the one I would call attention to is the 1A. The metric, reducing the number of persons experiencing homelessness, is a bit of a misnomer because it's based on coordinated entry. So that's number of people receiving services. And so we're looking at our data, and we're seeing less people accessing services through coordinated entry year over year. We don't want that. So the metric is to actually increase the number of people accessing services through coordinated entry. So that looks odd, I admit, but it is vital that our system be collecting all the data it can on the people experiencing homelessness. And when we know we have fluctuating numbers over time, it's just really important to make sure everyone knows the system exists, how to access it, and that all of our providers are utilizing it to its full extent and potential. And so we will see an increase if this plan is adopted. If we take all this plan and we go forward and we meet this metric, we'll see an increase in the number of people accessing services through coordinated entry.
It looks, if you just read it, like we're aiming to increase the number of people that are homeless. We're aiming to increase the number of people receiving services that are already homeless. Bottom line with that one. Okay, moving on from this, just a couple highlights in terms of a deeper dive of what's in the plan. We talked about this at the board workshop, and it's gotten more real as time has progressed. So sustaining and enhancing the home team, our known challenge going in was that we had 5 years of funding for that program, and we're very excited about what CalAIM is bringing to sustainable in terms of sustainability to the home team. CalAIM also brings wider eligibility. One of the gaps we've identified is the street outreach team will get people ready for services, and then they drop them off at behavioral health, and they may not qualify for behavioral health services under their narrow eligibility requirements, or the behavioral health may not have the treatment slots available for people. And so CalAIM widens who we can treat with Medicaid funding, which is fantastic. We're adding the and what's known as ECM, Enhanced Care Management component to the home team that will complement the street outreach teams that are already in place with Hospitality House, funded with those existing sources. Homeless programs, and we'll have more of embedded services within behavioral health, and the board has already approved or has already heard presentations around the CalAIM funded component to the home team. And then there will be regular meetings and care coordination between those teams, and over time we'll transition as much funding as possible from the limited duration grants that we applied for the home team to the ongoing CalAIM funding. So another highlight, Built for Zero and coordinated entry. Brendan, do you want to?
We're going to continue to build our relationship with coordinated entry, our process of coordinated entry in line with best practices through the Built for Zero movement. We've done a lot of system improvement on coordinated entry, worked very hard to make sure that our by name list is clean and accurate, and we've been able to now have tools implemented that allow us to pull really quick data on anyone, and it gives us real-time information where people are at on any given week, how they contact them. So we're getting much better at that. So we're going to be able to use our Built for Zero data in our coordinated entry system to produce regular reports on every metric that we've discussed today so that we can track and follow progress. And the run chart is what is often viewed at a Built for Zero conference, and it's celebrated when we see what they call shifts. It's when you start dipping down below a certain specific line, which this image shows, as Nevada County has moved into something. So they ask us to look at that and say, what's shifted in the way things are working that we've actually started to see a decline below a baseline. So those kinds of things are extremely interesting for us as a team to look at, pull out, and dissect, and we can make real-time improvements to our system with that kind of data rather than relying on a yearly annual count.
Another highlight is youth and prevention services. So as we've already discussed, I won't spend too much time rehashing this, but we're focusing on early intervention, rent and foreclosure assistance, and then strategies to address those who are just entering the list. One of the challenges with using HUD and federal funding and working our quote-unquote by name list is that the funding is required to be used on the people that are most vulnerable. And that's, I mean, we want to protect the people who are most at risk and most vulnerable, but we also want to have interventions for the people that just came on the list where intervening is going to be much less complicated and costly. And so bringing additional strategies as people come into the system to get to them quickly and not wait until they're chronically homeless. Be part of that.
Jennifer may have a few
And then youth services is the next thing, and I really want to invite, we have a couple county programs, the early psychosis and things like that, but we have a leader in youth services generally and youth homelessness, who's now our COC president. So I'd like to invite Jennifer to talk a little bit about the great work in that space.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here today, Chair Hook and the members of the board. When we came on the scene in 2019 with kind of a pilot program to address youth homelessness, our county wasn't really talking about youth homelessness. And I don't say that as a criticism as much as a kind of the way it has been. When we came along, there were only 20 of 58 counties in California who even were addressing youth homelessness, let alone have full service youth services program for homeless youth. So I really want to applaud the county for kind of taking this effort on in the midst of the overwhelming challenge of chronic homelessness, and really recognizing that putting more dollars and attention into prevention is really a key part in getting the solution. Since we started the program in 2019, we've worked with over 100 youth. Youth homelessness looks very different than chronic homelessness in times. Many youth do find themselves couch surfing and bouncing between friends and family, and really are living under the radar. And that's true not only in our county, but across the state and the nation. And so it's a trickier problem to identify. For example, when you're counting at school, you are really relying on youth to self-identify. And that can be a very challenging thing for them to come out and do at school. And so it's important that we think about the resources that schools have, as well as their outside of school resources that really draw the youth to the places that they can have support. With some initial funding through the HEAP funding, we were able to establish that pilot program, and even through the pandemic, because of word of mouth of the youth, we were able to see more and more youth come in for services. By August, we will have a drop-in center for youth. We currently basically have one, but it's not as operational as it will be in August, and that's also been in partnership with Nevada County, so I want to thank you for that. And that will be essentially a day center for youth that they can come at any time, access services through case management, just have a place to be and hang out. We have several youth who are parenting moms, and so that is also, or young moms, many of which are also in domestic violence situations, and so that's been something that we've been partnering with CBV to address, whether it's an emergency shelter or other supportive services, and also getting them into housing situations that are appropriate for them. I want to address the youth pit count. We were proud to be a part of that in partnership with, proud to be in partnership with Nevada County Superintendent of Schools, as well as we have established in partnership with them the Youth Advisory Board. And again, these are youth who are experiencing homelessness, which of course across the board in all homeless programs is a best practice to include those who are themselves experiencing homelessness. And those kids designed the events that drew the kids out of the woods and out of the park to come and be counted. And so I really want to highlight their efforts to make those events happen. And last but not least, I think just pulling on from the Built for Zero model, we'd like to get to a by name list so that we can be more seriously addressing their needs. I will tell you that housing transition age youth in this community is even more challenging, and for many reasons that we can probably all imagine. Not having credit, not having any history of being housed, not having co-signers, and so there's some very specific programs and problems that youth and barriers to youth housing. So of course we're looking for more opportunities for housing along the way. I'll also mention there's no emergency shelter for young people under 18. And so when you have a 16 or 17-year-old who really does not have another place to go, the only opportunity we have is to take them to Sacramento, which takes them away from their support systems and doesn't allow them to go to school the next day. So those are just things we're looking at. Not to say we want to build giant shelters and house kids for a very long time, but we would love to see some movement towards some kind of sheltering program for those young people. And to Brendan's point, even for TAY youth, 18 to 24, having more appropriate shelter placement for them to really address the fact that this is a different subset of youth who are traumatized, certainly, in many ways, but have not necessarily been exposed to homelessness for a very long time, and it's just a different dynamic and a different population. So with that, I just want to thank all of you for your support. And as a COC chair, this has been important to me as a professional, obviously, in my work, but also as a COC chair to see that youth has come on the radar. So thank you.
Youth is that prevention and early intervention piece that we mentioned earlier that's important about breaking that chain early on. So, the next slide we're going to talk about, just real briefly, you've heard about this already, but really, it's continuing, that highlight is continuing to connect with housing. We saw it up in Truckee, as I mentioned, reduction in homelessness when units are available. We're hoping we're on the cusp of that right now with about 62 units between Empire Mine and Brunswick getting close to be occupied. And then just continue to work towards future projects. One thing I've learned in the last 4 years, you got to keep projects in the pipeline. And that's, I appreciate the board's support to this point and moving forward, just to continue to get those projects going. And then last is one piece that's been missing. We have a semblance of one up in Truckee, a limited day resource center, but we really don't have anything here in Western County. And we also have had a plan for about 4 years that one would be up on Brunswick. But it's truly cost prohibitive to build a new, I think initial plans were like a 10,000 square foot resource center up there, and it's just not possible financially. That's a $10 million building these days. So we are excited to report to the board, and we'll bring the standard agreement back, probably under behavioral health's authorship. But the California Department of Health Care Services has recently announced that we're going to be receiving nearly $2 million to stand up a resource center through their Launch Ready program. It's their third round of funding for the Continuum Infrastructure Program. So we just earlier this week, last week, received notification of our funding award. In it is mostly money to purchase something, and so we're actively engaged in trying to locate a property, the one we've identified as contiguous to Brunswick Commons out there on Sutton, and we'll bring this back to the board as that comes to fruition. The first phase would be really, in the near term, drop-in center, co-location with supportive services, behavioral health, veteran services, behavioral health, social services. And then a next phase, because we already have about $250,000 for architectural design on a project that we've secured originally when we were planning on designing something up on Brunswick, up on Old Tunnel, is maybe add some transitional housing to that. Some more to come on that as the grant progresses. And with that, sorry?
As of last week, that was an unmet need, and it's still reflected as a gap in the plan because it's really breaking news that we received that grant, or noticed that we received the grant just last week. So we're very excited to tick this, or have the initial award to address this component of the plan that's been in place for many years now. So,
yeah, we did have a public report out on this plan at the COC 2 weeks ago, and received comment from the public, and we were asked that the public have an opportunity to provide any comments and then also answer any questions you might have.
Nice, what a presentation. It actually is, Heidi hit it right in the beginning. This county really puts their foot forward, and it comes from people that work out in the community like you, Jennifer, and you, Brendan. It just takes this whole teamwork. Wow. So I'm going to open it up for questions or comments from the board. Do you want to start here, Dan?
Jennifer, what are the reasons for youth homelessness right now?
Well, everything from youth experiencing or having a toxic environment at home, escaping that, youth being kicked out because of their gender identity or their whether they identify as LGBTQ+. We see that as a disproportionate amount of youth who are on the streets, and that's true across the country. Oftentimes, they're youth who live far out of town and want to be able to go to school and work and simply don't have the transportation, and maybe things aren't great at home anyway, so may as well just stay in town and stick with a friend. The population that we work with in particular are what we consider unaccompanied minors. So they may have touched the CPS system, the child welfare system at some point, or they may never have come into contact with child welfare. So drugs and alcohol, or perhaps maybe they're not making fantastic choices in their homes, and their families just, you don't get to do that under my house, and they kick them out. We've had youth who've been brought into the community and left with That's okay. Left with grandma and grandpa, and parents just never came back for them. And then lived with grandma and grandpa for a little while until they passed. They went to live with an aunt and uncle, and they turned out to be drug addicts and weren't able to take care of them, and they left the home. And this was a young man just trying to finish high school, and came to us for services to try to get some stability. So they're really just like all homelessness. There's a variety of reasons, but those are some of the highlights.
Yeah. How many do we have in Nevada County approximately now?
Well, it said we counted 85. Again, we know this is one point in time that we're counting those. I've mentioned that we've worked with over 100. Those are the numbers that we have best to work with. I can tell you that on an average week, we refer or receive 5 to 6 referrals, and that's anywhere from 16 to 20. Obviously, we can go up to 25 or 6 years old, but 17 to 22 is kind of our main area. I'd also like to say that our earlier systems, through Bright Futures, also serve to identify those families who are experiencing homelessness, or some of our young people who are graduating out of the Friendship Club, or even in NEO in some cases, that as they're graduating or they're looking toward that end, don't have stable housing opportunities. And so we work to kind of swoop in before we lose them. We have those long-term relationships with them that really helps us continue to drive that relationship to help find housing for them as soon as possible.
Great.
Supervisor Miller.
Nice work. Pardon?
If I could just add one little piece of context, she mentioned 85. We had 25 counted as transitional age youth between the 18 and 24, and 60 were children living in family units, so it was a smaller amount of unaccompanied. And one of the problems with the pit count for youth is the definitional challenges. As Jen mentioned, many kids are doubled up. They have places to stay at night. Maybe it's even just a shed in someone's backyard. They don't qualify under HUD standards as homeless. So we can count them, and we can bring them into our community and understand that they are housing insecure and we need to help them. But on the HUD pit count, we verified 25 18 to 24-year-olds who are literally homeless on the night of the count, and 60 children living in family units who were literally homeless on the night of the count. The superintendent of schools identified 150 families doubled up due to economic hardship. Those are kids in high school. They qualify under McKinney-Vento definition of homeless, but not under HUD's definition. The intricacies of the federal government.
That's where we got to really rely on our homeless information system. 'Cause
It's great. This is a great report. But I was experiencing a level of emotional ups and downs. I was sad, I was angry, I was frustrated. And just listening to what the report was, and I just think of California as having the highest population of homeless in the nation, and a state so wealthy, and the numbers are increasing, and they're not getting better. And that's frustrating, makes me angry, makes me sad because of what's going on. And you listen to someone like David West, who's working so hard with veterans to end up in that segment of homelessness. And I just don't see us ending homelessness. Not in our state, simply because the housing costs are so high, and it's difficult to find the money to build. But your efforts are inspiring because of the commitment that you have, and I just applaud you for having the hearts that you have to tackle this problem and to continue tackling it. So just a big warm thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Ed?
Well, I think it's a little frustrating that when you look at the successes that you have here, and yet really when you look out there, I don't think you see it. You have a homeless camp that's in the back of your property, the odds are that homeless camp is still there. So it's kind of frustrating. I was kind of wondering, What portion of that population that we are actually getting into transition housing, is it the person who is newly homeless? Is it the person that's living in a car? Or is it the person that's in a chronic camp and has been there? Do we know what those might be? I'm looking at you, Brandon.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. I'll try to answer your question. We have a number of different kinds of people who enter our transitional care programs, like recovery residencies and treatment programs. I think that's what you were asking about. Yeah, we have expanded that system significantly over the last few years with the Medi-Cal ODS process and being able to use treatment services, our Boast House investments. And yes, we had the highest number of people who had been on the street who were residing successfully in recovery residencies and treatment this year in our count than we ever had. So I think we started at the beginning with, it's discouraging to see counts going up, but when you're providing the resource and there's more people who were in a camp and now are in a recovery residency bed and they're counted as in that bed, that's part of the story, right? So that person wasn't in a service and now they are in a service because we had the access. So we are getting far more people into our transitional housing projects. And more importantly, we're able to count them and claim them as a bed filled by a person who is experiencing homelessness when we do our PIT counts. So our counts are more accurate.
Yeah, and you know, another one that I tend to look at is when we hear that Hospitality House has gone back to its normal hours, which means when you look at those people that are in there, they're really not housed if they need to go back out on the streets for the evening. So that's kind of frustrating. And the other thing that's frustrating, and I don't need to be negative because I'm very pleased with the positive moves that we have made, and I think Brunswick Common, Cashion Field, and those are going to make a difference too. But it's also frustrating when you talk to somebody like Mr. Law, for instance, who tells you, you know, you need to be doing something else besides what you're doing. It becomes frustrating to me. It says, do you have any idea how many people we have put into housing? I think that's a message that isn't getting out there. I think the perception is that it just continues to grow. And maybe it does when these circumstances, the economic circumstances. But obviously, we've made some really, really good, with housing first, we've made some really, really good progress. And you guys need to be congratulated, but you got years ahead of you, right?
Thanks, Ed. Hardy?
Thank you. It was a great presentation. There's a lot of information in there. And reading through the report beforehand, I didn't get all of it until I came in here and listened to you present all of it. So thank you for giving me all the information. Jennifer, always great to see you and all the good work you do at Bright Futures for Youth. I just have a couple questions before the comment period, but you know, I guess one comment. The accomplishments portion, the first part of the document, is really seriously impressive, and I think that's what my colleagues are kind of highlighting is you see all this good work, and then you see other components that kind of don't fit that narrative when you're out on the street, and I see it early in the morning because I get up early. But you know, the accomplishments are really something to be proud of, and you know, I think some celebration needs to be taken when you have a issue like this. And your video was great because you were celebrating with your team and you had people there that were enthusiastic about solving the problem. And so I just want to encourage you to continue that energy. It takes a lot of energy to get up and solve a problem that's kind of like a faucet that keeps coming out. Just a couple of quick questions. Jennifer, how many youth referrals, did I hear that right, like 5 a week?
5 to 6 a week on average.
So those are 5 to 6 teenage or youth kids that are been referred to you that are either on the brink or currently experiencing homelessness?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And without the emergency shelter, how often do you have to intervene and take those kids to, I think it's Sacramento, you were telling me?
I think we've taken about 5 down the hill. The first step is to try to find a reasonable option for them to stay in town? Can they find a friend? Is there a next of kin that they could come to be with? So that's always the first approach, is to keep them in town. But in certain circumstances, especially if there was if there's domestic violence, we do have the Communities Beyond Violence has a shelter. So that is an important partnership if youth are experiencing homelessness and domestic violence. So that is a great resource. Yeah, it's a challenge.
That's a big challenge.
Yeah.
And then, I guess, question for Ryan or Mike, in the strategic goals portion, is there an emergency shelter? I didn't see it, if there was one, emergency shelter for youth listed in there as a strategic priority for us.
There is funding set aside through the HHAP grant for, it's called a youth set aside. And it could be used for something like master leasing a location if we can find a provider that's willing to operate it.
Okay.
But to answer right now, today, no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I, just as one board member, would be interested in learning more about the resources it would take to get that off the ground. And again, I think what you're commenting on is like people at the precipice, or preventing those from becoming homeless is a solution, right? Upstream, and always working upstream to prevent that. It seems like a pretty reasonable piece to me. It's the youth component of that and the most vulnerable population that Ryan was mentioning too. Again, overall, and I understand the plan is really a whole county-wide plan. It's not just east and west, but I tend to focus on the East County portion just because that's what I represent, and I'm familiar with Kathy Foley and the work she's doing. So I have a couple of East County questions. The point-in-time survey is not specific, it's county-wide, but just interpolating a little bit from the 6% that you mentioned, is that about 15 people or something?
6%.
Still homeless in the Truckee area?
I hope that I did the math right, but as of the count, it was 33, I believe.
33 or so?
Out of
Okay.
527.
Yeah, I use the charts, but, okay, thank you. And then, does that mean that 33 in the last couple of years have been placed somewhere else? Or was it?
I think just this past year, the efforts by Kathy and her team, they housed about 25 people up there locally with the influx of affordable units and housing-ready participants to put them into.
They were headed that direction? Okay, that answered my question. And then the other question is does safe parking play a role in solutions in handling homelessness? Like having places for people to park and live in their cars when they're on that verge, I know what you call it, but in that shaky ground of just about ready to become totally homeless, is there a role for that type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. I think it's part of so the board has bifurcated the housing and homelessness priorities. It's definitely one of the components of what's being worked on between HHSA and CDA on the housing side of the equation. But certainly with so many new people becoming homeless, I think we also saw a trend in an uptick in people living out of vehicles. And so that's certainly a component, somebody who's just living out of their car and maybe doesn't need that bed, but.
Could be a role that we could, or a solution that we could put into the plan. Couple more comments, but I'll wait till after.
Okay. Heidi, do you have anything you want to follow up with here?
Yeah, I would just want to add, this has been so great, again, to hear, to look at this a couple times. And, we addressed, just briefly, we addressed one of the systemic issues, which is housing, just not enough housing, and it being too expensive, in California especially, but also across the country. But I just want to mention the other systemic issue that there is that we have not talked about at all, and we don't talk about here, is wages. So, thank God in California, we have the $15 minimum wage. Of course, housing is very expensive here. The rest of the country still has a $7 plus minimum wage, $7. Hasn't changed in 20 years. And you look at that age group, that 18 to 24, kids coming out of high school, going into college or getting their jobs for the first time, there is no way on either of those minimum wages anyone can afford their own house, their own rental unit, their own rental room in many cases. All the kids I know in their 20s are sharing with 3 or 4 other people, and they're all working. So, that wage issue, that's also beyond our control, and it's actually why I was so interested in trying to get more people on prevailing wage the other day, particularly low-income workers, because we're not going to solve this housing crisis without housing, and we're not going to solve it without better wages. So I just want to to add that. And then the one other thing, that gap where we have people who we're trying to prevent them from falling into homelessness, and whether it's wages. The other one that I keep seeing, and I think it's on our radar, but just want to be sure it is, are those folks who have gotten into low-income housing, have gotten jobs, but if they earn $10 more, they're out of that low-income housing, they lose their voucher, and yet that small increase in their wage is not nearly enough to get them into their own rental unit. And I think that gap is pretty significant. So those are the people who are going along the continuum, they've gotten into housing, they've gotten vouchers, they've gotten jobs, they've gotten services, and they're doing all the right things, and then they're trapped in that system because they cannot literally earn any more, or they'll lose all those services. So I'm sure that's on our radar, and I don't know how many people are stuck in that, but it's similar to, I think, the group of youth who are for the first time trying to get out and get their own housing, and they can't. They either need a voucher, and those are still years long, or they can't get into their own home. So just want to highlight those gaps as well.
The federal level, it's lagging woefully behind on the wage, the income requirements. I think it's about 4 years behind. You see that with housing, how much a house, the maximum value of a house can be for a participant in like first-time home buyers program. It's like barely over $400,000, and it just creeped up $30,000. I mean, this is, our HUD reps are like, yeah, you know, it's a 4-year lag between the numbers you can use and the numbers we're giving you. So we're constantly chasing that one. And it's a real issue up in Truckee when you're trying to, well, not even, I mean, my niece in Wisconsin just got a raise at Starbucks, and it's $15 an hour because they can't get anybody to work. But up in Truckee, it's particularly painful when you're trying to, you know, get a entry-level job and you're making $20 an hour, and now you're priced out of your subsidized unit.
Yeah. And these are the people who are like they're almost there, you know, and then they're in danger of falling completely back into homelessness again.
Our solution is really to continue to advocate locally with our state and federal reps to be real about the crisis and the different pieces that help fix that, which is like down payment assistance, subsidized units, is keeping it to like live rates and live conditions and not from years ago.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to open up public comment. So is there any public comment? Julie, is anyone on the line?
We have no callers, and I don't have any emails or letters.
Okay. Any public comment from the chambers? Okay, well, with that, we'll close public comment. And we'll go back to any last comments or questions. Go ahead.
I just had a few comments. In Truckee, we have a, Mike can correct the vernacular I'm using here, but we have a emergency shelter that opens when it's cold, but not a day respite center. We don't have anywhere in Truckee, maybe on the Tahoe side, but not in the Truckee area.
No, Kathy operates, it's 3 days a week. Her day center, 3 days a week.
Is it the Food Resource Center?
Yeah.
Okay, is that Sierra Community House?
Yes.
And Kathy Follier?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is some resources there during the day. Is that year-round now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I
thank you.
believe it is, yeah.
Clarifying that. The homelessness piece and housing piece is looking a little different in Truckee. I mean, as you mentioned, part of the challenge is that there's this whole workforce housing initiative that is, it's not necessarily homeless in maybe the traditional sense and like the point in time counts, but it affects the economy, it affects everything, kind of to your point. It just is threaded through everything. And so I know building units is the next, and striated units or different affordability groups is how we're going to solve it. Kind of with that, though, the community is struggling. Ryan and I have talked a lot about this recently, and some of the other issues that come with building that housing, and I think we should just all kind of brace ourselves and prepare ourselves as you fill these units up. There's other service requirements and demands that come in, and that's part of the deal. No reason to handle it any other way than just hit it head on and try and meet those needs of the population, I guess. I have a kind of a comment and a question, but is there anything else we can do to brace ourselves as we build units for the population that's going into those units? The other piece, and this is one final question, is there any guarantee that the units that we're building will be used for people that are locally your clientele that you're working with actively trying to kind of serve them? Or will we get people from out of the area?
Yeah. Well, first, I'll start with the second one first, if that's okay. So I know that's been one of the issues with the housing in Truckee for low-income site-based vouchered projects. We can't exclude people from out of the area. We can give bonus points for people that are in the area. And so one of the issues with Truckee, where we had developers and site managers were convening and they weren't able to find people that income qualified for those units because of the relatively high wages in the Truckee area, they were going further afield and they were working with regional partners. One of the partners on the Coldstream Commons, for instance, serves people throughout the sort of Sacramento area, and they were bringing people into those units from outside. That's a minority of the units. But it was still, we know that there are people in need in Truckee, and we, at the time, hadn't been sort of brought to the table. And so we are at the table now, making sure we're lining up local people to be placed in those units as much as possible. In Western County, we're definitely trying to learn from those lessons. We're already going to start meeting with local partners to make sure things go smoothly. Brunswick Commons is going to be specifically for, it's got some units that are carved out for mental health clients, so they're going to be placed by behavioral health, and the other units are carved out for hospitality house. Something like Cashin's Field isn't necessarily excluding people from out of the area, so we need to make sure that we are lining up local people to be first in line for those units and to qualify for them. So definitely lessons learned. I would also state in terms of the issues that occur when you bring people together, like that, people that have complex needs, that's another thing that we're learning from. And the power of anecdote is so strong, and we can present data on how many issues there have been and things like that. But I think there's one incident in Truckee that keeps coming up over and over again, and we keep hearing about it because that power is so strong. And so we're trying to hit the ground running by starting to have meetings this week, tomorrow actually, we have a meeting with some folks in Grass Valley to talk about how who's the roles and responsibilities as Brunswick Commons comes on board. And so looking forward to learning those lessons and getting better now that we have housing coming online, of making sure we're supporting that housing and the people that we've placed there.
I think it's important too. The projects we're involved in, we try to get a priority. You know, when you go and apply, you get bonus points. Like with the Artist Loft, I think it's 5 points if you're an artist. You can show that you make an income off of art. But there's also a veterans bonus point. There's a locals bonus point. There's a Nevada County locals bonus point. That's just lofts. A lot of the projects we get involved in, and I believe we'll have it with Keshin's, you do get bonus points if you're local, which is, you can't exclude, because it's HUD funding, everybody, but you can also prioritize people who are local. If you can't, if we're involved, we try to do that. We try to get that bonus point on that.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. It's what we want. So, yeah, it sounds like you've got it covered. Thank you.
No, but that's a good question. Like you're just talking to, though, you talked about 34% of these people haven't lived here for a year. That's getting to be a pretty big number. So does it matter how long you've lived here? Is that part of the process? Is how long you've been in this system? That's kind of interesting. A lot of people ask that question, so that's why I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, to get that bonus point, you usually have to show proof that you're from here, meaning some sort of bill or driver's license. So some local address. And then, on that note, with Lone Oak, for example, there's a wait of over 200 people for senior housing. So it's getting back to Supervisor Miller, your point. It's not just homeless people getting them housed. It's getting the whole continuum built out. We're talking market rate. We're talking, maybe condos. There's a whole bunch of types of housing that may be less expensive but may fit an individual's spot, and that'll free up an apartment so a young family can move in, so that the beginner apartment they're in, we can get somebody who's homeless. Does that trickle up?
Right.
And it's a big nut we're trying to crack. We keep swimming.
I know, you guys are doing a great job. I think we've made a lot of headway in this last year. I like the work we're doing with Regional Housing Authority, all the funding that you guys are finding in different places. I think it's critical to make our ends meet. So,
thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Did you have something else, Ed?
I just have one. Brunswick Commons is about to open up. What is the immediate impact of Brunswick Common? Do we have people lined up to go into those homes? And where are those people right now?
We meet weekly with the developers, the property managers, Hospitality House, Hospitality House, Turning Point, and behavioral health staff. And people are identified, and they're waiting. They may be in motels, we may have them in a shared living environment, waiting for their unit. And they have gone through not just only Regional Housing Authority, the HUD approval process, but also the vetting by the property manager. And so we're calling them key ready. And so let's say of Brunswick, Hospitality House is 28 units that they're going to recommend and refer people to. I think there was 25 that are key ready, and there's 3 more that either are finalizing their process or maybe somebody that got denied is appealing their process. But we already have 25 people somewhere, in this case, probably in Hospitality House waiting. And so the immediate impact, Supervisor Schofield, there'll be 25 beds in Hospitality House soon that we can put more people in, and that's that trickle up, just the beginning of it.
Cool. We
Yeah.
should see that impact
Yes.
immediately. That's great.
And Supervisor Schofield, I want to just add also the Empire Mine Courtyards.
That's what I was gonna say.
Home Key project is a permanent conversion. It's in the final stages. It'll be another 20 units. These projects, because of lots of delays for lots of reasons that are global economic issues, have delayed the project slightly, but both units look to be coming on around the same time. And so that's going to be a very celebratory period when we see upwards of 60-plus people gain housing in a very short period of time all at once. And all of those people are connected to our coordinated entry system on our by name list and have been working through these services. So to go a little bit deeper than what Mike did, we'll have 28 people coming out of the shelter. We'll have 12 coming out of all full service partnership, homeless folks who are connected to our behavioral health department. And that's all Brunswick Commons. We'll have 20 more coming in on the Empire Mine Courtyard. So it's going to be real fast and furious there. But as Ryan and Mike have talked about, getting ahead of that and making sure that the supports are in place early on, so as placements occur, we don't have those issues come up. We can keep these people housed forever.
Just a moment of celebration, as Hardy mentioned, when I first came to HHSA as the fiscal person, Michael Haggerty had up on his big whiteboard, he and Brendan had been brainstorming, and there were all these ideas as they were starting out on homeless efforts, and one of them was buy a small motel and rehab it, and another one was navigation center, and so it's exciting today to almost be ready to move people into the small hotel we bought and to get a grant around the navigation center.
Yeah, no, this is all some great news. Heidi, you have something else?
Yeah, just a final comment, if I could just, to again, just thank you guys for being so innovative, for all the partnerships, all of you out in the community who are working with the county, just doing an incredible job. I'm so proud of this whole group, the county and all the partners. I know you have some challenges coming down with Care Court. That's a big concern, what that's gonna do. So I just want to, hopefully on behalf of the board, to tell you to keep us informed of what you need. Let us know what we can do to help. We don't want to slip back. We're moving so well forward. We don't want to have to slip back because of a new system that is just going to try to dump right on top of the one we have now. So just thank you, and please let us know how we can keep supporting you, right?
Thank you.
Spot on. Okay, with that, I'm going to entertain a motion to accept this report.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. This has really, really been fantastic information. Like I said, it makes you smile, it makes you laugh, it makes you cry. I mean, seriously, kudos to the video. That just about brings tears to my eye every time I've seen it 3 times, it still does it. The work you guys are doing is so integral to what the vision is for our community. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
And all your teams, because I know it's it just spirals out all over the place. So to let your team know, that everyone, that we appreciate that. Okay. Ed needs water. So we're gonna just take 1 second. Yeah, we're going to, We are. We're going to recess from the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, and we're going to convene back as the Nevada County Sanitation District 1 Board of Directors. And I'll call it to order in just 1 minute as soon as I get the rest of my team back. Might as well go too.
Heidi and Sue. Oh, fun. I'd make a
We're going to go over the resolution to adopt the fiscal year 22-23.
Thank you, Chair Hook. I believe we're on number 69, which
Oh, yeah, we are on 69.
And did you call back the Board of Supervisors?
That's right, we did. So let me back up. So first, what I would like to do is see if there's any regular public comment for the sanitation district.
Are we reconvening the meeting of the sanitation district?
We are.
Okay.
I'm not sure I adjourned it. So this would be regular public comment, anything that was not on the consent agenda or the regular agenda.
Yes, we do have one caller online. I'm not sure which, we'll see if he's wanting to talk about the sanitation
Okay,
district.
I think it's probably for the next one, but let's see.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Oh, this is.
Yes, hi, this is Matthew Coulter. It's hard to get past my subject matter with just trying to get, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Matthew,
Can you
and
hear
I kind of made a mistake,
Great.
just so you know,
Okay,
we're
so
on the, we're still on the sanitation district meeting right this moment. Is
Okay,
it-
I know. You know what I'm on? I'm on the fact that after years, we can't even clean the camera lens. We can't even conduct a meeting. We can't even have a link between the different formats that aren't a delay. I've tried to comment on the last two subjects, but it's been impossible because the meeting is so shoddily run and the technology is so feeble. along with the sheriffs who are struggling down in the canyon with bad radios, lack of tools, trying to evacuate all of Pleasant Valley Road right now. It is so disturbing to see where the money goes in this county when such basic needs and communication things are not enabled so we can function as a normal county would, that all the surrounding counties seem to be able to do it. The east slope of Nevada County seems to be able to do it. But for some reason, we pump our waste water into our creeks directly, speaking of solid waste. Our roads are lined with trash, speaking of solid waste.
So Matthew, did you want to comment on anything on the public comment for just the sanitation district?
Yeah, let's pick up some trash. Let's get Waste Management to abide by their contract.
This is about our sewer treatments.
Okay, great. Think people are flushing everything down the sewer, right? What's going down the sewer? Go over to Sierra Nevada. You can see their sewer spill that wasn't cleaned up, the hospital. Go to all kinds of different places, and you can see raw toilet paper spilling out of systems down the creek, street, sewer, everything. It is so outrageous. I complain. I report it to people. Nothing seems to happen. No one seems to really care too much about it because it's not in their yard. Well, eventually it will be, because it goes into the water, and then we recycle the water. NID ships it down the tar ditch to Yuba County for them to drink down at Smartsville, right out of the ditch, at the 106 people that still drink directly out of a ditch. And it's just outrageous how we treat our water and what we do with our sewage here in town. All our plants are hanging by a thread, all 9 of them that you guys operate and run. I mean, they're out of compliance. They're hanging by a thread. They're constantly fined. We need to get real and step up with the modern age around here. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Is there any other public comment?
No, Chair, no more public comment on that item.
Okay, and no written comments? And so with that, we're going to adjourn the Nevada County Sanitation District Board of Directors and reconvene as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. And then we are going to go to item 69. And let's see. So we'll do these one at a time, and Martin Polt will go over each one as we go through the progress. How's that?
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Hook, members of the board. This is Martin Polt, your Chief Fiscal Officer, Deputy County Executive Officer. And this first one, number 69, is a resolution approving Nevada County appropriation limitations for 22-23. This resolution is basically, the basis is Proposition 4, which was adopted by the legislature in 1979, which limits the amount of taxes that can be appropriated in the county budgets. And so Marcia Salter and her team do a calculation. They're given some information from various government agencies. And in that calculation, we are well under that appropriations limit. The appropriations limit is around $91 million, and we're using about $79 million of related taxes appropriated in this budget. So we're well within the GAN limit, and so we request that you approve this resolution.
Does anybody have any questions? Is there any public comment on item 69?
Yes, Chair, we have someone online waiting to provide comments.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I'd just like to say that your priorities for the county are way off mark. I think you're missing the point of what's going on as this fire rages out of control and continues to grow and spot ahead of itself. And it's not business as usual. You guys really need to think a little bit outside the box. I know it's hard. I know you got to put down the drinks from the
So Matthew, do you have a
but-
comment on the resolution for the appropriation limitations for the fiscal year?
The resolution's to pass the budget. Is that what you just said?
No, this is about the appropriation limitation for the fiscal year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that seems to be unlimited, so I'll let you go ahead with that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll close public comment at this time, and then I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution for Nevada County appropriations limitation. Julie, call the roll, please.
Yes, thank you. District 3.
Yes.
District 3. District
Yes.
1. District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, so these are, we are going to go on, we have 70 through 75 to hit. We're going to do these individually. So Martin, let's go along with the resolution to adopt the authorized personnel staffing.
Thank you, Chair Hook. Yes, this is a resolution to adopt the personal staffing resolution for fiscal year 22-23. So that's basically our 844.1 staffing contingency that's in the 22-23 budget. The staffing levels were depicted in the budget hearing budget that we reviewed. Staffing has not changed, and those staffing levels were existing in that budget, in the budget hearing. So unchanged up to this point. So we recommend that you adopt this resolution and rescind Resolution 21-207 as amended.
Okay, any comments? Any public comment?
There's no public comment online.
Okay. Then
So
I'll
moved.
Second?
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll, please?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Now we'll go to item 71, resolution to adopt the authorized personnel salary. Martin?
Thank you, Chair Hook, members of the board. This item, it relates to the salaries that are in the 22-23 budget. Each position has a certain salary range, and this item includes a table that shows the ranges of salary for each position in the county. Those salaries were in the budgets that we reviewed in the hearing on June 21st, as well as the MOUs that the board adopted actually in that same meeting related to certain bargaining units. So the board has seen those salaries, they are in the budget, and with that, we recommend that you approve this resolution.
Thank you, Martin. Any questions from the board? No questions? Is there any public comment?
No public comment for this
Motion to
item.
approve?
Been moved and seconded.
Gosh, you're slow.
Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, now we'll go to item 72, a resolution adjusting the budget commitments and assignments for 21-22 fiscal year. Martin?
Thank you, Chair Hook, members of the board. This item relates to the general fund balance and essentially follows our fund balance policy that's been adopted by the board and assigns funds within that general fund into certain priority areas such as capital facilities expenditures, economic development infrastructure expenditures. So we reviewed that in the budget hearing, kind of approximately $35 million is divvied up into those key priority areas or assignments by the board. And this represents what we reviewed in the budget hearing presentation as far as year ending June 30th, 2022, and those assignments in the general fund. So I recommend that you adopt that resolution.
Thank you, Martin. Is there any questions from the board? No questions? Any public comment?
No public comment online.
Entertain a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, would you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, now we'll go to item 73, the resolution adopting the final budget commitments and assignments for 22-23. Martin?
Thank you, Chair Hook, members of the board. This item also was reviewed in the budget hearing presentation, and essentially we just went through a resolution to adopt the assignments in the general fund for June 30th, 2022. And this item relates to those assignments for 22-23. So for example, $300,000 increase in the IS infrastructure, and there's a true up in the economic development infrastructure. So adding to those assignments in the 22-23 budget, and we reviewed those in the budget hearing. Dan Miller, Supervisor Miller remembers very clearly, I know. So we recommend that you approve this resolution.
Perfect, Martin. Yeah, this was very well done last Tuesday at our budget hearing that was open to the public. Do I have any? Nope. Perfect. No public comment?
We do have public comment for this item.
Okay, well, let's
Can we
bring
bring
on.
the caller in, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Are you there?
I think after the beep, I'm there.
Okay, there I hear you. You're on, Matthew. I got you.
Great. Yeah, all these different sections of the budget, just in general, the budget, like I said, it's off kilter. I hope you guys take a step outside and look at the fire. You can see it from your front door there. And, really just consider changing it up next round. I know that this year it's a done deal. You guys will rubber stamp it. I think you'll all be there except for Dan next time, and hopefully we can get a budget that reflects more of the county's needs versus the pipe dreams that seem to be going on right now in the county. And it's a sad state of affairs. I wanted to comment on the homeless issue because all these different facilities that seem to keep being built and purchased for millions of dollars, I hear them being sold for veterans, and then all of a sudden the veterans aren't there and playgrounds are put in and people have lived here a year and get in. And, it's like Mike was saying, I can check a lot of those boxes off and I can't seem to get any help. So I feel really bad for the people that can't check any boxes and can't get any help and have drug addiction and have alcohol addiction. And they're just screwed, and they're just going to live on the sidewalk on Sutton Way for the rest of their lives until they die. And their medical system is going to the ER repeatedly. And so other people can't go to the ER. We run out of ambulances. So as far as the budget goes in general, you guys really need to reevaluate what's going on in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. That'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, now we'll go to item 74. Resolution confirming allocations of Proposition 172 public safety revenues for fiscal year 22-23. Martin.
Thank you, Chair Hook, members of the board. This item essentially distributes for the 22-23 budget year the Proposition 172 funds. So Prop 172 funds are funded by a half-cent sales tax in the state sales tax. That was started in 1994-95 by the voters of the state of California. And there's approximately a little over $9 million in the Prop 172 estimated for 22-23. There's a statutory amount that goes to the cities of Nevada County. And then the board has also approved 10% of the funds go to various fire districts as designated in this resolution. And the remainder goes to various county public safety departments for various purposes. And with that, I will recommend that the board, these also were included in the budgets that we reviewed in the budget hearing on June 21st. And I recommend that the board approve this resolution.
Thank you, Martin. Any questions from the board? Any public comment, Julie?
No public comment for this item.
Okay, I'll.
Motion to approve. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you,
Yes.
Chair. District 3?
Oh, yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, item 75, resolution adopting the Nevada County fiscal year 22-23 budget. Martin.
Thank you, Chair Hook. Before I finish off this last item, I do want to remind Chair Hook that we did pull an item number 28 this morning.
Correct.
And so that would be our final item today, and I'm happy to cover that one as well. But this item here is a resolution adopting the budget, and first would like to thank not only the subcommittee and the supervisors for your support. Allison Lehman's been a great resource for us and guide in crafting this budget. Marcia Salter and her team, many people, the fiscal people in the county, staff and departments have been an incredible support for this budget. And so I also want to mention that there's going to be a celebration for the budget at the library, hopefully. We know there's a fire and there may be some activity going on at the library related to that, but permitting, we will be there. So having said those things, this budget is $330,738,238, represents the entire county budget that we reviewed at the budget hearing on June 21st, and it's unchanged since then. And we gave you a presentation about a summary of those budgets. And with that, I would recommend that the board approve this resolution.
Thank you, Martin. Again, I would like to say to staff and everybody who put this together, fantastic, and you do deserve a celebration. It truly is a laborious project, and you guys did a great job. So with that, any other questions? Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment for this item.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, call the roll.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, now we're going to go back to, oh yeah, that's good. Let's do that. Okay, with that, we are going to go to item 28 that was pulled from the consent agenda. And Martin, do you want to take that too?
Yes, Chair Hook, members of the board, thank you. This item was pulled this morning. It's a resolution approving the use of American Rescue Plan funds in the amount of $450,000 for the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund Grant Program, and it directs budget amendment for 22-23 in the amount of $450,000. So I just want to clarify, the reason this was pulled was that we had not adopted the 22-23 budget, and because we're amending that budget with this item, we wanted to bring it after the budget was adopted. All the other items that you reviewed today, none of them actually amended the budget. And I just wanted to mention also that the funds were allocated and identified for that outdoor visitor safety grant, which you reviewed 9 of those applications this morning. So this relates directly to those 9 awards that the board had this morning. But we just had to shift funds. Those were in a general fund department. We're using ARPA funds, as was authorized by the board in your board workshop, and we've been communicating to you that ARPA funds would be used in the amount of $450,000. So this is just basically amending the budget to shift the funds to the ARPA fund. And with that, I recommend that the board approve this resolution.
Thank you. Any questions? Any public comment?
I have no public comment for this item.
Okay. Moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Well, that was a great day. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting.
Shifty Polt.
Nevada County is an education campaign designed to